What is up, Group Practice Conference? Welcome to day 2. How's everybody doing? I heard that there was some shenanigans last night. And there was also people that went to bed really early. I had every intent to come out and find some of y'all, but I got home and had that little box of the extra charcuterie board and had my comfy clothes on, and at 8:45 I was in bed. So, sorry. Well, I wanted to just point out something that Lisa just gave me. Lisa Duaz just wrote this book, Leading Without Losing Yourself. Where's Lisa at? Let's give a round of applause for Lisa. Several years ago, she came to a webinar that I hosted with my writing coach, Nancy, and Nancy had talked about what it takes to write a book, what it takes to get a traditional publisher, and she's worked with Nancy for a while to write this book, and I know that's just a tough process, but you did it, so give it up for Lisa. So I'm going to have her on the podcast. We'll talk more about it. But if you are thinking about writing a book, if you're thinking about doing a podcast, if you're thinking about taking kind of the next level, talk to me, talk to other folks, talk to Naranda if you're looking at a podcast. I love this quote at the top of her book. It says, "Proof the next wave of CEOs will be therapists." Let's give it up for us. All right, well, we're going to have the lights come up a little bit, and I want you to just think about who you haven't connected with. So as those lights start to come up, I want you to think about, okay, I wanted to connect with this person, or I heard them quickly say something about their practice, and that sounds interesting. And I want you to just take a moment. If you're in the front, you can kind of turn around and look. I want you guys to look at each other, and then look around and see who maybe you still want to connect with before the end of this conference. So scan the room, look at all these beautiful faces. All right. Now I want you to think about 1 or 2 people you haven't connected with, and I want you to point at them. All right, so on the count of 3, we're going to point, and then you're going to look and see if people are pointing at you. If you're pointing at someone, you're going to make eye contact, and you're going to make a mental brain plan to connect. So on the count of 3, point at someone that you want to connect with. 1, 2, 3. Make sure you make eye contact with the person you're pointing at. Look around. All right, scan the room, make sure you're connected. You know, everything that we do at Practice of the Practice is about connection. You know, even as we talk with our friends that are sponsoring here, they're talking about how this is a different kind of conference. They don't feel like they're selling to you. You don't feel like you're being sold to. They're just saying, hey, you have a problem. We might have a solution for you. So it's really just awesome to have friends that are in the industry that can help us get to that next level. And we hope that you can continue to make those friendships. So today we're going to be digging in even more. We have an awesome lineup of people on the main stage and discussions throughout, and a panel in the afternoon. We're going to be closing up around 4 o'clock today, and so it's going to be a great day of events. So I'm so excited to have our next speaker with us. He's on the Practice of the Practice team. You met him on the couch yesterday when his mic was being wonky, and I am so excited to invite Doug Polster to the stage. Doug!
I was distracted. Sorry.
He just got a text from his family, and it was like the cutest thing backstage where I hear, "Daddy, you can do it." And so if I were him, I would have rewatched that a bunch of times to get pumped up.
Hope I don't let
for
him
this.
down.
So, all right, looks like we're getting your slides up. So while we're waiting for your slides,
That's not me.
That's not you. So tell me something about yourself that has nothing to do with having an enormous practice.
I love golf. I love golf. My wife hates golf.
I hate golf.
And I want to do it more and more and more, and I don't do it enough. But one day, hopefully, if I take my own advice from this talk, I will play more golf.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm interviewing my father.
You love it or you hate it?
He loves it so much that I had to hate it as a rebellion against him.
Yeah,
so.
well, it takes you away from your family for 6 hours. And my wife's like, why can't you have an hour hobby?
Awesome. So. Well, have an awesome talk.
Thank you. If she's watching right now, I'm sorry, honey. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure that this is the talk you guys all came to this conference for. And here's what I mean by that. When I sit in the audience, at a conference, hello? I'm in front of the, ooh, okay. When I sit in the audience at a talk, I sit there on the edge of my seat, not now, and I look for that speaker. The one that's gonna give me the roadmap. A, B, C, implement Tuesday, problem solved, scaling to the moon, make a ton of money, help a ton of people, life is awesome. That's the speaker that I look for. You guys look for that speaker? Show of hands? Yes, absolutely. I'm not that. Okay, so I hope to give you a little bit today, but that's not really the point of this talk, but I hope I can still give you a little bit of concrete stuff towards the end that will hopefully be some take and use that you can start to implement immediately. But let's start somewhere else. So Joe did a great job setting up this awesome therapy space, so allow me for a moment to step into my therapy office. Imagine you're a client coming into my office saying, Dr. Doug, feeling a little stressed, a little anxious, a little burdened, got a lot of fear. And I say, what do you want? He says, well, I want to be successful. I want to feel happy. I want to feel unburdened. I want to feel free. How do I do that? Give me the tools. Tell me what to do. So I reach into my coping skills box and I say, here's some diaphragmatic breathing. Here's some box breathing. And you come back next week. You say, great, that helped. Give me more. And so I say, all right, here's a thought log. Let's breathe in a straw, right? We do all these tools to help make progress, to help move forward, and they work, and they're important, and they're meaningful. But the client keeps coming back and back and back. Something's missing. There's something deeper going on that hasn't been addressed by all of the useful and helpful tools and skills that we give them. So you can market, you can get the best payer contract, but if you're still feeling stuck, there's something else going on. And that's what I want to talk about today. So my story starts April 2020. My partner and I decide to expand Thriving Center. At that point, we had about 10 clinicians in Manhattan in his practice, and then we expanded to California and Florida. It was peak COVID. Everybody needed therapy. I was working from home from one of my jobs at UCLA while they figured out telehealth. My wife was pregnant. I had a lot of time on my hands. We were broke. Didn't know anything about business, but I said, let's give this a shot and let's see where it goes. Fast forward 4 years, March 2024, we're at a little over 100 therapists in 11 states. I now have a 3.5-year-old, and my wife had just given birth to 2 beautiful twins. So my practice was scaling, and my family was scaling. Awesome. Then a month later, April 2020, something happened in my personal life that really, in hindsight, made me reflect on why the heck am I on this crazy journey to begin with, and what are the things that I can maybe share today about that learning process. It was 1 p.m. in a CVS aisle. I was with my 3.5-year-old, and I had 6 boxes of medicine in my hand. My wife had sent me for infant dye-free ibuprofen, something or other, and I couldn't find it. And my phone rang, and it was my wife. She was hysterical. She told me that our baby boy was having breathing problems, and the doctor told us we needed to go to the ER right away. So I dropped everything on the floor, scooped up my son, sprinted home. A friend came over, took care of the other 2, and we sped off to the ER. When we got there, my little boy was admitted to the PICU with respiration distress related to RSV. We got there, I hope none of you have been in a PICU, staring at a 4-week-old, barely 6-pound baby, which would look like thousands of wires coming off of his body, was a parent's worst nightmare. We thought it couldn't get any worse. And then a few days later, his sister joined him. 1 hospital, 2 babies, 2 doors down from each other. It was horrific, to say the least. Somehow in the chaos, I managed to get a message off to my team, let them know what had happened. I put my phone in my pocket, and I didn't touch my business again for the entire almost 2 weeks that we were in the hospital. So I want to ask you guys, maybe a rhetorical question. When you build your business, did you build it to be the hero? Did you build it to be the deciding factor at every aspect of the business? Did you build it so that everything flows through you, so that you get to be the hero of everyone in your practice's story? Raise your hand if that's why you built it. I figured you'd raise your hand. Okay, this talk is not for you. But Danny, it's interesting because when I wrote this talk, when I was thinking about this, I didn't build it for that reason, but man, when I was the hero, it felt fucking good. Sorry, Sarah. I told you I wouldn't curse too much. It felt really good, right? There's something egocentric about being the deciding person in the room, having the authority. You got into this profession to help people, and so now you get to help all these other people. It feels really good early on when you're small, when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clinicians, maybe 1 staff member. It's a good feeling to have power, if you will, to be the hero of your practice. But as you scale and grow, if you want to scale and grow, that becomes a tricky stage. So I learned this in hindsight. At some point, I realized everything flowed through me. Every decision, hiring, firing, okay, maybe that should stay with me. Refund policy, should we give this client money back? Can I order a box of tissues? Every decision flowed through me. And what I realized was, if everything flows through me, then I am the ceiling. I am the bottleneck to our scalability and to our growth. And not only does that negatively affect the business and our scalability, it also affects me personally. I'm tied to my phone, I'm tied to my computer. Even if I'm not physically there, I'm mentally there. So the story today is about we are the bottleneck. We can become the bottleneck. If you only have 1 or 2 clinicians and you're in a smaller practice, this talk is still for you because it's a get ready, right? Write this down because it may not affect you yet, but unlike me, maybe you can plan so it doesn't have the impact it did on me. So how does the hero show up? The hero shows up in 3 ways. Number 1, you decide everything. Everything flows through you. Who to hire, who to fire, who to refund, how to refund, what to do when you report, all those pieces of information flow through you, right? You also know everything. I was talking to somebody yesterday at a table, and yes, they have policies documented, and we'll get to that in a second, but they said everything's in my head. So if everything's in your head, when you leave the room, when you leave the office, when you leave the country, when you're stuck in a hospital room, no one knows what to do. So you're stuck. And finally, the hero owns everything. They own every relationship. And early on, Jamie gave an amazing talk yesterday in breakout session, thank you, Jamie, about creating those community connections, those referral partners, those referral networks, contracts with vendors, right? You own those relationships. And that's great and necessary when you have 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 clinicians. But again, if you want to scale and grow, owning that relationship leaves if you walk out the door. So this might seem scary to some of you looking forward. This may seem real to those of you in the process of it, but this is the roadmap. This isn't supposed to be a fear-mongering slide. We'll come back to this in a few to talk about where do we go and how do we get through it. There's a story I like to tell when I was trying to drum up my own business back in the day in Los Angeles area, and I was giving a talk to a group of orthopedics. And I said, guys, given that, who's in the room today, I promise I won't say the F word too much. But given that we are all therapists in the room, most of us, I think we can talk a little bit about feelings today. Making the process from hero to leader is uncomfortable. It's fear-inducing. It's scary. Giving up your baby, giving up decisions, giving up information to others in your organization doesn't feel good right away. It's an ongoing process of essentially exposure therapy. Your brain catastrophizes. If I give up this decision, what if, and you end up with your business will shut down and no one will love you and you will be incompetent and a loser. Right? At least that's what it did for me. But little by little, as you make these positive steps forward, as you start giving up information decision-making and develop trust, you end up stop telling people, here, go do it this way, and you say, here's the standard, you choose the method to get there. The chuckles, yes. You can't manifest your way there, guys. You can't bury your head in the sand and say, if I just get more clients, if I just get more clients, if I just get this better payer contract, if I get better reimbursement, if Headway will give me more money, right? Those are great. Those are skills. We need that stuff to survive. But you can't bury your head in the sand and manifest your way out of the hero role. It takes first looking in the mirror, peeling back in the onion, and recognizing that I need this structure. I need to do this. When I was sitting next to Brandon yesterday at the panel, I was very jealous. Seems like you have it all figured out. Maybe you should be giving this talk because the structure you talked about was so important to your success, right? And just like our clients, you can give them all the breathing techniques in the world, but you can't manifest your way out of a panic attack. It takes the deep work. It takes looking inside. It takes going through the uncomfortable steps of breaking your natural rhythms to get to the next finish line. So how do we get there? I promise there'll be a little bit of concreteness, and I hope this gets concrete enough, and if not, you can come to my breakout session. I have some handouts. There's my pitch. Delegate, delegate, delegate. This week, choose one thing that you can give up. It helps to start small. So whoever's ordering tissues in your office, let them order the damn tissues. They don't have to ask you anymore, right? If you have 2 clinicians, appoint one of them. You're now the tissue orderer. When we are out of tissues, you don't have to ask me. Here's what to do, send me the receipt, problem solved. I think it was somebody was talking about buying lamps the other day. You want to buy a lamp? Here's the price point, go buy a lamp. Right? Get that decision off your desk. Start small and build upwards. Document. Raise your hand if you have documented policies. Keep your hand raised if your documented policies are 20 pages or longer. Oh, okay, I saw some good hands go down. Awesome. For those of you still raising your hands, that's me too. I was there, right? No one's going to read that shit. Okay? So number one, if you haven't documented, we have to document, right? Step 1, 5 things this week that cause you 20 to 40 to 50% of your problems. The things that consistently come up that have obvious answers that can be documented. The second step, if you already have those policies or are in the process of creating them, unlike 2024 when we were trying to figure this all out, there's AI now, right? I was talking to someone yesterday. Take that 40, 50, 60-page document, plug it into Claude, and prompt it. I need individual policy documents for every one of these policies. I need them in a user-friendly manner with frequently asked questions page, formatted for chatbots. Maybe you're not at chatbot level yet, but a chatbot will become your best friend once you can upload all these policies into it, and your clinicians and your staff can just ask the bot instead of asking you what the answers are. So even if you have things documented, they need to be accessible and user-friendly. And the final piece is, I had an e-commerce friend of mine when I was asking him about this exact thing. I said, how did you get people to stop talking to you and asking you all these questions? And he said, myself and all of our managers were given the line, did you check the loom? 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 And after 6 did you check the loom videos, people stopped asking, right? And so that's a behavioral, cultural shift for your organization as well that has a little bit of discomfort associated with it because people are used to you having the answers. They need to be behaviorally retrained to find them themselves. And the last piece of this is trust. This is probably the hardest one. Raise your hand if you trust your people. Okay. Those of you that aren't raising your hands, okay, maybe we have some bad apples. In order to trust, it's not just words, it's actions. Right? Those of you that are in relationships, right? You can tell your spouse, I love you. And they say, you say you love me, but show me you love me. Do the dishes without me asking. Right? It's the same with our organizations. You can tell people, here's the decision, I'm delegating it. Here's the documentation, here's what to do. And then if you Tuesday morning quarterback it all the time and tell them how to do it, that's not trust. And they're going to keep coming back to you. This literally happened as I was preparing this talk. 2 weeks ago, I have a new director of operations. She started in January. She came to a Google Meet. And she said, hey, so-and-so, one of these providers wants reimbursement for malpractice insurance. She said you gave it to him last year. What should we do? I said, well, I think we shouldn't. And I stopped. I looked at her and I said, Chelsea, I'm literally writing a talk about this right now. This is your department. What's your call? And she said, I don't think we should do it. I think we should be consistent across everybody. And I said, awesome. And 7 seconds after delegating the decision, I went straight back to, well, I think you should email him. And then I stopped again. And I smiled and I said, Jason, Doug, come on. It was hard. My natural instinct was to coach, to tell her how to do it. And I said, your call. You got this? And she smiled and she said, I got this. And in that 30-second conversation, I got rid of a decision and I earned trust. The smile on her face said everything. She knew that I entrusted her with what was a very simple call that did not need me to weigh in on it, right? And now she also knows we should probably have a policy on that, right? So the trust is, I think, the hardest part here, and I think this week, look at one decision that you Tuesday morning quarterback and don't. Give yourself the grace, give your team the grace to demonstrate trust. This last piece here is where I separate your method from your expectation. Right? You have an expectation of your practice. You have a standard you want everyone to live up to. The more you make that clear, the better. How people do it may be different than you. That's the hardest part. It's still hard for me. It's still evolving. So I want to bring you back to the hospital room for a second. I promise it will be not as somber. When we were in the hospital, bouncing back and forth between two rooms, listening to the incessant beeping of the monitors, and I told you I sent that message out to my team, I got a 3-word response. We got this. I get chills when I tell this story to this day because, one, I used to not be able to talk about this. It was too emotional. But reflecting on it in hindsight, it wasn't a good week. It wasn't that there wasn't bad things happening at the office that week. We had built this. We had built this foundation. This didn't happen by accident. And knowing that I had my team behind me where I could put my phone in my pocket and just let go at a time when my family needed me the most was incredibly powerful. And I'm thankful for Joe for making me do this talk because it really made me reflect back on how important this is and recognize how from 2024 to 2026, we've fallen a little bit backwards. And I need to take my own advice a bit more here. So before we end, you asked yourself this question. First, start with, what does freedom look like for you? I hope it doesn't mean spending time in the PICU. I hope it means going to your kids' play in the middle of the school day. I hope it means when your kid is sick at school and you need to bring them medicine, you can leave the office and go in. I hope it means that if you have to leave early on a Friday for a travel baseball trip, you can do that. Or you can take that trip to Cabo with your family and literally unplug and not worry about anything. And yeah, God forbid, I hope it also means that if you've got aging parents or sick kids, that you're able to spend the time that you need with them and not be distracted by your business. So if you stepped away tomorrow, what would break? Write that down. That list is your path to freedom. Thank you.
All right, man, starting off day 2 on top. Well, I'm so excited. We're gonna have Daniel King come up here in just a second. Daniel is just amazing with buying and selling businesses, and he's someone that when I started Great Lakes Online Counseling, I interviewed on the podcast. And just said, if I want to sell this in 5 years, or at least be in a position to sell it, working just 2 hours a week, what do I need to do? Well, he did tell me he doesn't think that I can do it in 2 hours a week, but he's going to be telling us what we need to know about how to sell your practice on your own terms. Daniel King.
Fist bump. Fist bump. Yes. Well, even if you're thinking that, my opinion is this could still be super relevant for you. And if there's one thing you take away from this talk, here is the one big idea. It's that selling your practice doesn't necessarily mean selling 100% of your practice and leaving completely. Selling your practice can mean selling 1% of your practice and staying on. It can mean many, many different things. So that's the one big idea I want you to take away. And secondarily, not quite as important, but maybe if I can give you a second idea, it's that if you decide to go on this journey of selling even 1%, any percentage of your business, it's going to be a journey. It's not a simple thing to do. And so getting into the right frame of mind, learning and equipping yourself with tools is going to be vital because it can be such an emotionally intense process. It will sweep you away. You won't even know who you are anymore, okay? So the principal purpose of this talk is to give you the tools to start to build your own sense of leverage, to start to educate yourself about what's involved in selling any percentage of your practice, okay? So let's start with that, and I'm going to go to this slide next. If you want this presentation, just email me and I'll send it to you, by the way, so you don't have to worry too much about taking notes. This overview slide, I'm going to talk to you about who I am, what I do, so you get the basics of why you should listen to me, and then I'm going to give you an overview of what we're going to go into. So to start with the company, Fireside Strategic is my company. And we are a social impact investment firm exclusively in the group practice world. So that's the only space where we invest. And we're generally doing what are called majority transactions. And I'll tell you more about how that works later. And 80% of my time is spent working in that company, and it's spent looking for really, really exciting group practices for us to invest in and help grow. And the other 20% of my time is representing sellers. So in many instances, a practice is just not the right fit for us to invest. We're quite particular about what we're looking for. So in those instances, I've sort of thought to myself, I meet incredible sellers, incredible founders of group practices, and I think I want to work with these people. How can I work with them? How can I help them? And it's been occurring to me more and more recently that I can help you find the right investor. And doing that is just an absolute joy for me. I have just a ton of fun doing it. So that's the other 20% of my time. How did I get to this place? That's a long story. I can tell you, and I'll tell you more entertainingly if alcohol is involved. But the very short version is I started in M&A law. I then worked for an investor, a pretty famous investor, and learned sort of the ups and downs of and the nuances of investing in any kind of private company. And then I went into the executive coaching world for 5 years. So I studied organizational psychology and learned about leadership and all that good stuff. So it's really these three different parts of myself come together in the work of buying or selling practices. And ultimately, what I'm really here to do is build great partnerships. Because the number one thing I have learned in doing this work, more than anything else, it's that the most impactful mental health practices at a human level and a financial level come from clinician, non-clinician partnerships. Clinicians are wonderful, incredible, brilliant, empathetic souls who most of the time, there's certain things about business they may not know. And there's certain other things that are very relevant to the journey of solving all the complex problems that you need to solve to build a truly great mental health practice. And so if there's a threshold of growth, either in financial or human terms, that you want to reach, and it seems ambitious and out of reach, probably the number one thing you can do is partner. And this doesn't mean hire a consultant, although that's great. There's many wonderful consultants at this conference. The most impactful thing you can do, I believe the single most powerful thing you can do, is work with a partner. Now, it's got to be the right partner, because working with the wrong partner is a nightmare. It's like a divorce, it's chaos, it's tragic. Don't do that, right? But the single most impactful thing you can do, and mathematically, the odds of you growing a mental health practice on your own with no partner, no non-clinician partner, or no clinician partner that has serious business skills, the odds of growing it to $1 million of profit, $2 million of profit, all of this is possible. Group practices can absolutely get to these points, but the odds of doing it without the right partner, it's almost mathematically impossible, I have found in looking at 80 group practices all over the country. And so I think this is the single biggest unlock that people aren't thinking about. And I think the future of group practices are incredible partnerships. I know this myself because if I didn't have the right partners, I could absolutely not have gotten this company off the ground. I would be nowhere, absolutely nowhere. And so partnerships are the key, and that's going to be core to what you learn today. So what am I going to talk to you about? I'm going to start with a little bit, it's not on this slide, I'm going to start with a little bit about mindset. What's the most important kind of mindset shift in getting ready for any kind of sale. Then I'm going to get into transaction types. That's probably where I'll spend the most time. Okay, I'm going to be talking about 100% majority and minority transactions, 3 basic types of sale that you can do. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on different types of investors that are out there. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what kind of role you want post-transaction. I'm going to talk to you about what do you want things to look like in your business post-transaction. And then there'll be one last slide, which is on the role of an intermediary. If you decide you ever want to sell some of your business, one of the most important decisions is, should you work with an intermediary? Should you do the whole process yourself, or should you bring in someone to quarterback it for you? Which, for that 20% of my time when I'm not buying, that's what I do as a quarterback. So let's start with mindset here. And I'm going to spend most of my time on the first point. These are the 3 kind of most important mindsets that I want you to think about before you even begin the journey of selling some or all of your practice. And number 1 is the most important because you want to just believe deep down in what you've built. You want to know in your bones that you have something that you're proud of. And the reason for this is that emotions are contagious. And so if I as an investor meet you and I can feel that there's something that's a little off, I can feel that you're not proud about certain aspects of your journey, certain parts of your business, I will pick up on it. And if I don't pick up on it emotionally, the due diligence process will pick up on it because it's quite exhausting. When a professional investor looks at your practice, they're going to find where the skeletons are buried, right? And similarly, you'll be able to feel my emotions too. You'll be able to feel, because we'll be working together so closely, you will feel my lack of pride in my business. You'll feel some of my own emotions at work. It's a very, very intense journey together. And so the more you can be honest with yourself about the skeletons in the closet, the more you can clean up those messes before you go on this journey, the much cleaner experience you're going to have. So self-awareness and honesty are absolutely vital, okay? And then secondarily, like I said at the beginning, it's going to be emotionally turbulent. There's going to be ups and downs. You guys are clinicians. You're sensitive to emotional turbulence. Use the tools that you equip your clients with for yourself. And then thirdly, really get clear on why you want to sell some or all of your business. The more clarity you have, the easier it's going to be, because different types of transactions, it makes sense to do different types of transactions based on your why you're actually doing this. And if you try to change course in the middle of the process, when an investor has spent time, money, and energy, now you may have to divert the whole process. It might fall apart. It might shift and it might hold together, but it might not. And that whole emotional turbulence thing is going to get deeper and it's going to be chaotic. So the clearer you can be about your why and the more steadfast you can be, the smoother the experience will be. So let's talk about transaction types. Here's where I want to spend the most time. These are the 3 basic types of transactions. And I'm going to start on the left with 100% deals. When most of you, probably before this talk, were thinking about, I want to sell my practice, this is probably what you were thinking. So this is the classic, I am leaving my practice, eventually I'm going to be completely out, and that's probably going to happen within 12 months, might even happen within 6 months. I'm going to remove myself, I'm going to trust someone else with my baby, okay? So this is classically what we think of when it comes to selling a business. This is probably roughly what you had in your mind. And in the group practice world, this is less and less common. It does happen, but it's less and less common. And it is probably not a fit for the vast majority of people that are in this room. Your business needs to get to probably at least $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 of profit for this to be a really meaningful financial option for you. And so This is why I want to broaden everyone's thinking to think about the other types of transactions. So in the middle here, a majority transaction. This is what my company Fireside, this is principally what we look to do. And here, we're buying more than 50% of a group practice. But the remainder of it, you hold on to. And you as the founder, you remain running the operations. You remain running the day-to-day. And we call this a 2 bites at the apple model, because the purpose of it is to enable you to get 2 exits, 2 sales of your practice. There's that first sale where you're selling us a majority, or someone like us, a majority of your business, and you get to take home the cash. And there are other terms, right? You're probably not going to get it all in cash up front. Want to disabuse you of that idea, but you'll get some cash, right? And then the second exit happens when we work together, and if we're the right fit as partners, we grow the business, and then we sell it to a larger buyer down the line. And that's your second bite at the apple. There can also be more than 2 bites at the apple, right? There can be 3 bites at the apple or more. Our head clinician, a man named Dr. Michael Goldberg, who grew his practice to between 4 to 5 million of profit, he got 3 bites at the apple. So that can happen. So this is probably, this type of transaction, it becomes worth your while probably at maybe $1 million of profit. It's pretty hard to make the numbers work here below that, okay? That's about where it starts to potentially make sense. Let's get to, and this is going to be the most relevant for the bulk of people in this room, let's get to the idea of a minority transaction. We're selling less than 50% of our group practice, and we're bringing in probably in most cases a non-clinician partner, though it could be a clinician, and we're holding on to most of the economics of the business, so that one day down the road when we have a larger sale, which it should be much easier to get to that point if you have the right partner who can solve the biggest, deepest problems in your business, whether it's marketing or recruiting or clinician retention, something really, really big and meaty that you haven't quite been able to crack on your own. A minority transaction is a way for you to benefit the most from that problem getting solved. And this works best if you can find a real superstar, someone that's absolutely brilliant at solving the problem that has been a real struggle for you. So I think this is an approach. Of these 3, this is the one that's going to make the most sense for the most people in this room. And once you get to around maybe 400,000-ish of profit, this is when this starts to become a viable proposition. And I would say in the breakout room or talking to me later, this is probably the one, if this intrigues you, working with a partner, even on like a try before you buy basis, where you get to really feel out the partnership before someone invests, this is the one that I think is potentially most useful for folks here. So these are the 3 main types of transactions. In terms of types of investors, there's 3 main ones. I'm going to be relatively brief here, but think about them in terms of a spectrum, where the further right you go, the more official, the more entrenched, the more institutional the investor. And then on the far left, we have the most human, the most down-to-earth, the simplest type of investor to work with. And so if we start on the right, these are some of the larger buyers that are out there. These are folks who probably have hundreds of millions of dollars to work with. And these are folks who, in general, are probably the least user-friendly. They probably have the most fixed idea of what they want from you. And so probably there's the least flexibility for you, but there could often be the most cash, the biggest payday in an approach like this. So those are some of the trade-offs to think about. And then on the far left here, we have an individual buyer. And so when we talk about minority transactions, these are the folks that it often makes sense to speak with. There are so many brilliantly talented people in corporate America or other parts of the job universe who don't love what they do, who have built incredible skills. And I'm a huge believer that we want those skills to come to the group practice world, not just as consultants, but as partners. And so I would really encourage you to think about these types of buyers. There's tons of them out there. I'm connected with many of them. And many of these folks have easier access to financing than you might think. So while they don't have the hundreds of millions that the institutional investor has, there are ways that they can get financing. And the most significant is at what's called an SBA loan. These are government-backed loans where if your business has reached a certain point, these folks can get up to 90 to 95% of the purchase price through one of these government-backed loans, okay? And it takes some art and some skill to figure out how to do all of that. That's part of what I can help you with, but these are folks that you may not consider, and often they're really great to work with. They're down to earth, they're human beings, they're way easier to deal with than a big institutional investor much of the time. And then in the middle here, we have what I would call professionals. And this is where I would group Fireside, where we're not quite as, I'm going to say, institutional or official or as entrenched, right, as some of the bigger folks out there. And so working with us, we don't have the ability to buy every practice under the sun. It's really a smaller set of practices that are interesting to us. But one of the advantages of working with us is that we can be more mission-driven. And we can also be flexible in terms of where our money comes from. And so, the other day I recently had to move on from a capital provider because I realized they weren't aligned with the social impact mission that really motivates us. And so if I was an institutional investor and I took $100 million from a pension fund, it would be pretty hard for me to make that decision and move on. So we can be a bit generally more flexible and mission-driven in this category, I would say. So. Very briefly on roles, which role do you want? This is the way to think about it. Do you want to leave completely? Do you want to stay in the operator seat in the main driving role? Or do you want to be something in the middle where you continue in a reduced role, okay? These are the big considerations here. I won't go into this in depth. You can get the presentation from me if you want to dig into this in more depth. Next, what do culture and operations look like here? Okay, when you're working with an investor, you really want to understand what do you want and what do they want? And you want to have a really open and honest conversation about this to make sure that you're aligned before you move forward. You may find that some of these gaps can be reconciled pretty easily, but often, if you're really honest with yourself, even though the money may look good, you can't actually reconcile your visions together. And if you do a transaction like that, it's probably not going to be the happiest outcome. So that's the biggest thing to think about here. This is a whole talk in its own right. If I had time, I would dig in deeper. But suffice to say, you want to get really clear on your vision of what this could look like. You want to ask questions of an investor to see their vision and be honest about whether you're truly aligned. Last slide here on hiring an intermediary. This is one of the most important questions to ask yourself. So I want you to understand the trade-offs here. So if you're thinking about doing any kind of sale, whether 1% to 100%, you can represent yourself, or you can hire an intermediary, someone to quarterback the process for you. And so these are the biggest trade-offs to think about here. And maybe going over the first three briefly, basically what you're doing in bringing an intermediary is you're sacrificing some control for expertise. And so M&A is a whole journey. You're already seeing from this talk there is a lot to learn about it. And I've been doing this for years. I was an M&A lawyer years ago, and I still have so much to learn. It is a journey. And so some people get excited by it and want to do it themselves and want to really be a self-starter. Or others realize, I'm perfectly happy to sacrifice control and let's just have someone who knows what they're doing, handle more of the emotional burden, handle more of the negotiations with a potential investor, and take a lot of this stuff off my plate. So that's sort of the core trade-offs that I'm getting at in numbers 1 through 3. And then number 4 here has to do with networking. You've been seeing that alignment is so important. One investor might be a great fit, one investor might be a terrible fit. You want to have access to a wide variety of investors. And so an intermediary probably is going to know more of them than you will. It's probably going to have access to a wider network. But that comes at a price. So when I do this, and this is the case for most intermediaries, I charge a little bit up front. Most of my compensation comes when a transaction closes. It comes when we succeed. And that's all well and good. Our interests are aligned in getting a deal done, but I'm not the cheapest. And an intermediary you would want to work with is not going to be the cheapest. And so you have to think about that commission, right? That's a massive, massive factor. So with that, I am going to wrap us up here. This slide is coming off a little weird, but it is what it is. You can email me. You can call me. I have this QR code, which might or might not work. I don't know. I'm not great at these things, but it's there. You can also come to the breakout room if you want to talk more or find me elsewhere. And you can also look at our podcast. It's the Your Group Practice podcast if you want to delve super deep into any of this. So thank you, guys.
Heck yeah! When I was writing Thursday into Friday, one question I asked myself: where did our view of time come from? A lot of what we're talking about here is how we use our time, when we're using our time. And so I started to look into the historical background of time. The 24 hours of a day makes sense. The months are loosely connected to the lunar cycle. Years obviously make sense. But the 7-day week was completely made up by the Babylonians thousands of years ago. They looked up, they saw the sun and the moon. They saw Mercury, Venus, Jupiter. They looked down and they saw Earth and they saw Mars. And they said, we should have a 7-day week. So even back in the 1800s, the Russians tried a 5-day week. The idea of the week itself was made up by humans. So when I discovered that, I said to myself, if that was made up, something that feels so core to who we are, the 7-day week, like what else is made up? And as I started to dig in, I learned that in the 1800s, a bunch of people from Europe moved to Chicago to help rebuild after the Great Fire that happened there. They were promised a better life, but what happened was they were working in factories. They were working 10 to 14-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week. This was the normal schedule for people in the 1800s. And specifically in Chicago, people had had enough. And so they started to protest in an area called Haymarket. And so in May of 1886, for 3 days, from May 1st to 3rd, they were protesting there. The police didn't like it, the government didn't like it. They wanted to keep the status quo, and things erupted. It got violent. No one really knows exactly who did what, and there was a national lockdown because people were questioning the way that they were working. Now, 40 years later, in May of 1926, exactly 40 years from when the Haymarket situation happened, Henry Ford started the 40-hour work week just down the road in Detroit. He had the idea that if he paved roads, first paved road was in Michigan, there's still a whole auto thing that goes on every year there, that if people had cars, and if they had a weekend, that they would want to get out of Detroit, that they would want to get away for the weekend, that the tourism of pure Michigan was alive 100 years ago. So he was doing it, a 40-hour work week, to sell more cars. So if we think about 100 years ago, literally exactly 100 years ago, the 40-hour work week started. This thing that we've been raised with. And we think about the World War II generation, they were the very first adults to really experience a 40-hour work week. It was a step forward in the evolution of humans. The baby boomers were the first children raised by people having a 40-hour work week. Gen X and millennials are only the second generation to be raised with a somewhat 40-hour work week. So when I think about time, and what this teaches me is that the things that we've been handed by history, by previous generations, even the 7-day week, is arbitrary. We get to be the creators of our tomorrow. We get to say, I'm buying into that or I'm not. Even as I looked at some of the research out of, again, Illinois, University of Illinois did a study on vigilance decrement. So vigilance, how well we pay attention to something, decrement meaning going down over time. So say vigilance decrement with me. Say it with spirit. Vigilance decrement. So the idea was that, at the end of our day, all we can do at the end of our work is go take a nap, go home like I did last night. But they wanted to challenge that and say, is that true that when we've spent our emotional labor, that we have to not do anything but rest? So what they did is they took college students, they gave them a random 4-digit number, say it was 3215. So when 3215 came up on a computer screen for an hour, they would sit there, and whenever that came up, they would push a button. Other 4-digit numbers came up that weren't their number, but over time, they found there was vigilance decrement. The way they paid attention at the end was different than they paid attention at the beginning. They paid attention better. The second part of the study, as all good studies have, was that at the 20-minute mark, they said, hey, let's give you a 1-minute break. So they said, you're on the wrong computer, go hang out in the lobby for a minute. They couldn't be on their phones, they couldn't watch TV, they couldn't do anything other than just sit there for a minute. They came back, did another 20 minutes, disrupted that again for 1 minute, and then finished it. They found that vigilance decrement was completely eliminated in that hour because of 2 1-minute breaks. See, sometimes we think that Thursday has to be the new Friday. I want the 3-day weekend for all of you. I hope that happens for you and more. But the way we work sometimes is how we use that neuroscience to get things done when we're working to then slow down during other times. Just setting a timer for 20 minutes, doing a plank for a minute, going outside, moving your body, doing nothing can eliminate vigilance decrement. Now, I remember I was at Slow Down School, which was an event we hosted for a number of years over on Lake Michigan, sort of like therapist summer camp. And so we'd have about 30 or so therapists come for a week. We'd hang out on the beaches, have bonfires. And there was this guy, Michael, who's given me permission to share this story. So Michael has a great therapy practice. He works with all sorts of couples. And he was in a mastermind group that I was leading. And every month he would talk about how he wanted to kind of bring together everything that he wanted to teach around couples work. He had all these therapists at his practice. He also thought, well, maybe this could be something that could build revenue outside of the practice. So every month he would come, he would talk about, I'm going to sketch out the first 5 chapters. Every month he would say, I didn't sketch out the first 5 chapters. And it was the same thing over and over in this mastermind group. So he comes to Slow Down School. We spend time hiking Empire Bluffs, hiking Pyramid Point, having bonfires, making s'mores. For the first few days, we literally just hang out. We slow down. And then on Wednesday, we did sprints. And so we talked through what a good sprint is. You know, we say we're going to go for 20 minutes. We're going to define what we're going to do during those 20 minutes. We're going to say, what do we need to prep? Do we need to have passwords? Do we need to have a cup of coffee? And then we're going to set a timer for 20 minutes. And you're going to go off into the woods or with your computer somewhere here. And then I'm going to ring a bell, and we're going to come back together and talk about how your sprint went. And so they knew, okay, I got to be prepped, so take a couple minutes to get logged in so you're not messing around for your 20 minutes. Michael goes off into the woods with his computer. I ring the bell after 20 minutes. We come back and we debrief. And he has sketched out 7 chapters of this book that for 6 months he's not been able to do. See, sometimes time isn't about actually the minutes that are involved, but how we're thinking about it. Are we slowing down enough to actually let our body do the creative work? When I was working on Thursday as the new Friday, I only would write on Thursdays. I gave myself that limit. And at the end of every Thursday, I would sketch out the next week's chapter, and then I would let it just marinate like a good chicken for that next week. And then I would come back, and my brain had been subconsciously working on it for that week. So when we feel like we just have to hustle more, we have to push more, we have to get to that next level, if we think about what Doug said on the couch yesterday, or what a lot of the consultants have said, or folks on stage, sometimes it's about how we work. It's about saying, I need to do less so that I can do the most important things. Because when I step up into, say, talking to sponsors or talking to you or talking about podcasting, that's what lights me up. And then my team has to say, Joe, we don't need your help moving boxes right now. Use that energy for something else. We all have our place in this, and we need to figure out for ourselves where our most creative energy can be. And to say, how do we build a support team around us to continue to move us out of those things that just aren't fueling that creativity, that vision, and the things for our practice. All right, we're a little ahead of schedule, so we're gonna have a little bit longer break. We'll be back at 20 after the hour. So during this time, I want to encourage you to find one of those people that you pointed at earlier and have a conversation to connect with them so that you can continue to make these connections here, and we'll see you back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. All right, I took my own advice and was having conversations, and Jen came and said, hey, it's 22 after the hour. She was supposed to start 2 minutes ago. So there's some awesome conversations going out there. I love it. I am so excited. We just talked about Lisa's book earlier, and now she's going to be speaking to us. I give you Lisa Duez.
Hey, everyone. Hey. I want you to think about a leader that you worked for. Not the worst leader that you've worked for, but not the best leader. One of those in the middle leaders when your job was kind of okay. You know the ones, right? So when you think about that leader and when you have them in your mind's eye, I want you to think about, did you trust them? Did you ever tell them how you feel? And I forgot to get the clicker. How does this work? Were you able to be yourself with that person? Oh, wait a second. Is it working? Oh no. Is it working? Oh gosh. Oh gosh, this is like a nightmare. It's not. I'm literally clicking all of the buttons, and it's not working. Okay, so go to the next slide. I don't know why it's not working. So many years ago, my group practice was in the adolescent stages of development. And we were like a colt that was just being born that was trying to stand, you know, really wobbly. And I had a team meeting with my clinical director and a practice manager. And my clinical director was new. And we were trying to get everything straight, all of the things, the metrics, the hiring, the management, all of it, because we were growing and we were scaling. So I went in and I sat down and the three of us met. And we talked about what was going on. And you know what? Everything was going well. And I was like, this is really good. Everything is fine. Okay. So later that week, I had an occasion to sit down with both of them. Clinical director, how you doing? Everything's fine. Great, great. Practice manager, how's it going? How's XYZ? I'm good. Okay. Then I talked to a couple other staff. Hey, do you need anything? Is there anything that I can do for you? No, I'm good. So I pondered those answers, and I said to myself, this is a little weird, right? Here I am, I'm able to provide, and they're good. Shouldn't this be good? But I also understood that I was probably in a little bit of a staffing crisis. So can we go to the next slide? And that staffing crisis had a name. So when we get licensed as mental health professionals, somebody comes up to us and said, hey, you're licensed. Do you want to be a supervisor? Right? Did that happen to you? So the things that you're doing so well, they just want you to teach everyone else to do it. Manage the programs, follow, make sure the people are taken care of, make sure the budget stays on point, do everything. And that causes us to perform as leaders because we are given a set of expectations and we have to move forward with that. But we understand that performance can be protective. Now, performance serves us well because we get everything done that we need to get done. But there's another way. Next slide. And what performance causes is the editing of the team. So you're the leader, you have the story, it's your mission, it's your vision, but you have a team where things are okay, right? So when you go up to them and you ask them about problems, they say, I'm good, right? Because if they were to tell you what's actually going on, their job might get harder. So instead of you writing the story, they write the story. And your leadership and your organization starts to run around the truth and not with the truth. So next slide. So there is another way. So let's look at it. Performative leadership. Not evil by any means, because that's just what we were taught. It's controlled, it's polished, it avoids tension, and guess what? There are times when we need to be performative, definitely. You've heard the talks, start hard and go down. That's performative leadership, okay? But there is another way. If we could be authentic, if we could be regulated, if we could be clear, if we could name reality, not without a filter, because we need a filter, not without saying everything that we mean, but with honesty and with our whole human self. So next slide. So I want to offer you a shift from performative leadership, which is what we are trained, because we open up practices, because we have hope, and we have community, and we want to build something. So we often just default to performative leadership. I want to offer you something different, a way to bring your teams together, show your whole self, and bring it together. So let's not do a framework. Let me just give you 4 interventions that you can take with you when you leave this conference tomorrow. So the next slide. Your nervous system is contagious. Take a breath. Yeah, it's contagious. When you walk into a room, your nervous system has already preceded you. So before you sit down, before you pull up the PowerPoint, before you open up the camera, your nervous system is there already. And you have all experienced this, because as clinicians, we have opened that lobby door, greeted a client, and said, yeah, this is going to be something else today. We know, right? So let's try it. Feet on the floor, right? Drop your shoulders and exhale. Because you can't lead what you don't regulate. Let me say it again. If you're not regulated, you can't lead. So, next slide. Oh, gosh. Okay, so most leaders narrate the surface. We do it. To-do list, the email box that's never ending, walk away 5 minutes and there's 10 emails. How? The tasks, the P&Ls, everything that we need to function as leaders. But I would invite you to consider that stuff, but also consider what's underneath the surface. So, quick story. When I worked in community mental health, I was a clinical manager, and I oversaw a bunch of programs, too many programs, actually. And so my office was up in the corner on the left-hand side, and it was, I had a corner office. It was great. I mean, who gets a corner office, right? But when I came in, I figured out that when I need to go to the right, and I need to stop at the intake department, and then I need to go to the case management department, and then I need to go to emergency services and see how they're doing, and then we got to go to the methadone clinic, and then I make my way up to outpatient, which was where my office was. But when I sat down and opened up that email box or looked at that to-do list, I knew the pulse of that organization. I knew where to put my priorities because I found the surface first. So when you perform, when you don't, when you are authentic, your team already knows what you're doing. Your team can tell you if you are authentic or not, because our authenticity sometimes is judged by others, not ourselves. Next slide. Number 3, tie every expectation in your practice to a value that you have. So, rules, right? Do your billables within 24 hours, see 26 clients a week, check your email, right? Make sure that you staff cases, everything like that. But what if we flipped it a little bit and we said, hey, because we value clinical care and documentation and things done right, we want you to complete your notes within 24 hours because we want to make sure that your documentation is accurate. What if we said, because we value clinician stability and sustainability, we don't want you working more than 26 hours a week because that's our standard. So what you have done here is you've given them your why. And what clinician doesn't value sustainability and clinical care? And honestly, if they don't, maybe they don't need to work for me. So rules create compliance, that we need them, they're performative. But values create collaboration and commitment. So next slide. Fourth thing, clarity is an act of leadership. I want to tell you a story about something that was really terrifying for me. That same group of people and that same time of my practice, something was not working well, and I knew it, and it was obvious. I mean, it was like this big elephant in the room. So what I did was, I ignored it. I mean, like any good leader would do, right? But, you know, it's a big elephant, and it's right there, so I have to think about it. And so I decided that I would come clean to my team. And I sat them down, and I said, hey, listen, I have to apologize to you. This thing that's going on, I've known about it. I just couldn't face it. I didn't understand, but I do now, and I'm sorry. And let's figure out a way to solve it. And you know what? It wasn't that scary. Well, actually, it was terrifying to come clean like that, but we solved that problem, and we move forward. So not the here's the update, I'm doing good, everything's fine, do these things. The real, authentic why that you have, why you're a practice owner, that you can impart on your team. That you can say, this is why we are here. We are here for collaboration, for our community, for our commitment. We want to be accessible. We want to serve the entire community. And this is why we do it. And here is why it needs to happen. Next slide. So, there is a conversation that you've been avoiding. I have one too. And I'd love to talk about it with you in the breakout session. You've already probably written the script, the one where you were like, this is gonna go bad, right? And you said, you know, I'm going to be mean when I tell this. I'm going to sound harsh. This is not going to go over right. So you've already written that narrative, and it's sitting there in the back of your head because maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe the week after, we have to have those conversations. But what if you flip the script on that? What if you said, what does the truer version of this sound like for me? How can I have this conversation with my authentic leadership self? How can I bring me and my fears into this conversation? And would that be scary for me if I admitted to my staff that I don't have all the answers? Think about it. What does that truer version sound like? Is it as scary as the version that's swirling in your head right now? Next slide. So we've been talking about some hard stuff because of all of the things that we do, the marketing, the getting referrals, the building the website, the managing. This is the hardest thing, the leadership part, because if we get our heads straight, we can do anything, and we know this. So we talk about it, and it's hard because it matters. I understood early on that I probably need to deprogram myself from being performative. I understood that I couldn't fake it anymore, and that I had to be authentic. And I understood in order to build a small group practice of 35 people, I had to be authentic, and I had to show up. And I've showed up, and we're still going. So there is pressure, because when you get those leadership positions, and then when you have your group practice, you have to perform. Your business has to be successful. There's just a non-negotiable on that. You have to find the right people, you have to find the right marketing, you have to find the right systems. There's pressure. And if you're working for someone and you don't do it, you might lose your job, you might lose your practice. So yes, there's pressure to default to performative. There's fear because we're taught, hey, if you don't do it right, you're gonna lose everything. You're gonna lose your people, you're gonna lose your practice, you're gonna lose everything. But you know what? I don't know. And there's history, how we're taught as leaders, how we don't have training, how we don't understand that we're in the people business, that we're humans helping humans, and we also get to be human while we're helping everyone else. So I get it. At some point, performing keeps us safe. It kept me safe for a long time. It keeps you safe. It keeps us safe. Safety is something I want in my job. You know, do this, do that, do this. But what if we thought about it a little differently? What if we updated our strategy? So, next slide. So tomorrow, when you go back to your practices, what kind of leader do you want someone to experience? We've learned about performative leadership, we've learned about authentic leadership. How do you want them to experience you? Not when things are good, because that's easy, but when you have to have those tough conversations. So tomorrow and next week, just do one thing differently. Regulate yourself. Name it. Figure out what to do as things get bad. Tie it to values. And finally, say the true thing, because I can guarantee you that authentic leadership may not be the easy way, but I can guarantee you that your staff will feel differently about what you say to them then. Thank you.
All right. Well, while they're sorting out the clicker issue, we're going to turn the lights up and I'm going to just chat with you a little bit about some things. So I want to hear what are some challenges that you've had in your practice, and then how have you overcome them, or are there any areas that you need to have some feedback from other people here? So we're a community, and even though we're in a big auditorium, that doesn't mean that we can't support each other. So does anyone have a pain or challenge that they're maybe slightly stuck on that they want to? Yeah, awesome. Tell us who you are and what's going on.
My name's Taya, and we have a steady referral stream, so I got a little complacent, and the vast majority of our referrals come from one stream, which leaves us vulnerable. I'm wondering the fastest way that people were able to diversify that.
Awesome. All right, who has ideas? Okay, I guess next year our entire theme will be building a steadier stream. So, all right.
I think the biggest thing that I've done is just a lot of networking. I cold call other offices that are near me. I look for people who do something adjacent to what I do. So I see kids, my friend here sees couples. We refer back and forth to each other all the time. I looked at other businesses as well that are adjacent to what I do. So pediatrics, I go into schools, I talk. So I do a lot of community giving back and networking to build those referral sources organically. So that's one way I've diversified. Yeah.
And in that same vein, having experienced your networking, it feels like how you do this, it feels not weird or icky. It's just like hanging out. And I think that really naturally builds a lot of good connections.
One thing that I did last year was I have connections with other practices, like what you said, but I just asked my colleague, the owner of that practice, would it be okay if my intake person calls your intake person and they just talk about what kind of referrals what they need to refer? And so, because, the colleague, the owner is saying, hey, refer to Launchpad. The intake person isn't thinking about it, but then the intake people start to network, and you can kind of do that with maybe 2 or 3 other practices, and it's been helpful.
Awesome. We are good with the clickers. That was a great time killer, and hopefully you got some extra ideas there. Even, thinking about that idea of intake coordinators, like what would happen if you paid to have a bunch of intake coordinators get together to have like drinks with intake coordinators so they could get to know each other and know who to refer and how to refer and all of that. So thank you so much for sharing that pain. Thanks for those ideas. Keep the conversation going. Up next, we have Melissa Schneider, who is going to be talking about future-proofing your group practice. So give it up for Melissa.
Hi guys. So, we're going to start by talking about failure. My first caseload failure happened last year in February of 2025. We had hired Paul, I'll call him. He was a young, cisgender white guy, ponytail, but he worked with kids. He had a weekend day and an evening. We loved him. We launched him online 4 weeks ahead, like we always do. By the time Paul started, he had 2 clients. 2. We were like, okay, we're gonna do a little extra outreach. We're gonna have him make some phone calls. 8 weeks later, Paul had 7 clients. He had to resign. He liked us, he loved his supervisor, but he needed a full-time job. The thing we offered him. That was a gut punch moment for me. We had failed an employee. We had surely impacted him financially. I was upset for him. I was wondering if my team had tried hard enough, paid enough attention. But we had hired 100 clinicians before Paul. We'd been able to fill all of them. But had things been slowing down a bit? I was worried about why it had happened and what it meant. So we are going to be talking a little bit more about that today. Over the next 10 years, many generalist group practices will disappear. Behavioral health is moving into a consolidation phase. This is M&A speak for when an industry that's highly fractured with hundreds and thousands of little businesses, major players arrive, private equity, VC funding, Silicon Valley, they buy up the good ones, they dominate the marketing space, they nail digital advertising, they have a better business model, and slowly over time, a lot of folks on the bottom don't work anymore. We're expected to consolidate down into 4 tiers. These things follow a certain pattern, right? From the many to the few. We're expected to have national platforms. Think a company like LifeStance or a telehealth giant like Growth Therapy. Regional platforms. Think that big hospital chain in your state that now does outpatient, med management, TMS, Spravato, testing. We're always going to have boutique specialists, an OCD specialty group, a Christian counseling practice, therapy by and for the queer community. And we're going to have a lot more solo providers, as there are more services that help you get started and also sustain your solo practice. So, who is missing? A lot of us in this room. Generalist group practice, we are being squeezed from 2 sides. Let me show you what I mean. So on the one side, we've got that industry consolidation I was talking about. This starts to squeeze out generalist group practices by buying us up, by beating us to the new clients, and by offering the better job with the better benefits for the perhaps smaller number of people who still want to work for someone. On the other side, we've got platform-enabled solo practice. More and more people are leaving group to try their hand at solo. And it's a pretty compelling pitch. Let me give it to you. Hey, do you want to get most of what you got at your group? Drop the pesky boss? Get full schedule control, better earning potential, and work-life freedom? If you think that's pretty compelling, you are not alone. So, if you're starting to wonder, who invited Miss Doomsday here and why should we listen to her? I've got some tomatoes here with let me introduce myself a little more properly. My name is Melissa Schneider. I'm an LCSW, and over the past 7 years, I grew a large insurance practice in northern New Jersey, 65 therapists, 10 plus admin, and a smaller boutique out-of-network practice with 8 of our best and brightest. We opened in 2019 in a rapidly gentrifying city 4 months before the pandemic. Demand was wild. In 2021, I did a competitor analysis, so I can tell you that there were 2,000 residents per therapist with a Psychology Today directory in my city. Today, there are 200 residents per therapist with a Psychology Today directory in my city. That is a 10x increase in competition. In 2022, we hired 44 full-time people with 30 appointments each. We just threw up the calendar, shielded ourselves while piranhas ate it, threw up the next one with 2 admin people. We didn't bat an eye. The only limiting factor was finding enough therapists to hire. So, I promise there will be some good news, but not yet. Let me tell you the one thing you cannot forget about today's talk. Your staff dream of going solo, and soon more of them will. Now, this dream of one day opening your own practice, that's not new, that's been around. What's new is how quickly your staff dream of it happening in their career. You can give this a try the day you get your LCSW. There's nothing stopping you. So, on the right-hand side, we've got the total workforce, total master's level workforce. Throw in 100,000 more and you've got PhDs. This is according to the nation's behavioral health workforce report, about 600,000 strong. They don't all work in private practice. We've got schools, prisons, hospitals. The platforms are not old, right? I hadn't even heard of them until like 2023. Already 15 to 35%, depending on who you listen to, of the total US workforce has already joined one. On this side, we have a snapshot from my group practice. Now, we're just one practice. We're right outside of New York City. We've got an entrepreneurial culture. People are moving and shaking. But this is what it's looked like for us. The first few years, 21, 22, 23, maybe like 15% a year of folks who moved on into their own solo practice. 24, 25, that number jumped to 40%, going direct into solo. And this year, we're just in May, of the folks who decided to move on, 69% went direct into solo practice. So, if you remember math, this is a parabolic trend line. We are no longer just competing with other employers. We are competing with independence itself. Look at this happy lady with her laptop. So, what we're talking about today is how to future-proof your group practice. I want you still standing, or at least depositing a nice check when the consolidation dust settles. So we did it, guys. We got to the good news. We are going to talk about business models that I think can withstand consolidation. That's going to be future-proofing move number one. And then we're going to talk about retention levers to keep those great people that you already have, and that's going to be future-proofing move number two. So, number one, unless you want to go toe-to-toe with people with millions more dollars than you have, you want to be thinking about what you can do that is hard to copy, hard to replace, or hard to afford. So first, we've got the in-person practice. Now, this practice wins if your services are just better accessed in person, right? Think kids and play therapy, teens who need to be in the room with someone, TMS delivered through electrodes, or you might just live in a part of the country where you didn't really shut down during the pandemic. There was no like mass adoption of telehealth like we have in northern New Jersey. The in-person practice also protects you in two other ways. First, it's better for your staff culture. If people like work together, they have friends at work, they're often they see their clients, that's all more energizing, and you're building an amazing professional community for your team. And secondly, for someone to compete with you, they have to rent an office near you, right? Otherwise, your clients, they like where you are. They're not gonna go 4 towns away unless their therapist was like a rock star. Model number 2, the Medicaid practice. I know some folks in this room do take Medicaid, which is why I included this. So with Medicaid, you're not competing with the platforms, right? They don't take it, the national brands don't take it. Also, solo providers rarely take it. A lot of states, you still need an MD to oversee that kind of care, making it hard to take out of an in-person group practice. So if you can make Medicaid work, the fee structure, the cancellation rate, that's a pretty safe model. Unless the government cancels Medicaid, which used to be a joke. Model number 3, the training ground platform. This is where you hire provisionally licensed folks fresh out of grad school, or maybe you have an awesome internship program and you get to take the good ones at the end. With this model, you're not competing with telehealth giants. You're also not competing with solo providers just by definition, right? Your staff have to work for someone, so you just need to be a great place to work. You're not competing with independence itself. Number 4, boutique specialties. There will always be room in the world for experts doing in-demand things and charging premium prices for it. Everyone in America has like seen a therapist at this point, right? There are gonna be people who've tried a few couples counselors, and when they really need you to be able to save their relationship, they're gonna leave mainstream care and come looking for you. Number 5, the scaled system. This is fun. This is where you become that like big player, right? You dominate your region. You have the awesome jobs to offer. You have the better payer relationships. You have the marketing so that you can show up first, get those new clients. So these are just 5 examples. I want you to run the practice model litmus test on the group that you have today. And I want you to ask yourself 2 questions. Do solo providers do what we do? And number 2, do telehealth platforms do what we do? If you're saying yes to both of those questions, your model could be at risk in the coming years, and you may want to think about ways to major a little more in a direction that takes you out of that competition, where you can find your own blue ocean and do well. The second future-proofing move we're going to talk about is retention. Now, we can't keep offering the same job in an industry that has changed as much as ours has. We need to think about long-term, investment-oriented compensation and other ways of keeping our staff engaged. I also want you to have like a reasonable bar in mind in 2026. Retention is not about like never having a resignation. Retention is about your best people deciding like maybe they'll stay in 1 to 3 years longer than they would have otherwise, and hopefully some stay forever. So the first one is make sure you have referral security. And by that I mean, make sure you can get your staff the clients that you promised them. Jamie Mills, if you heard her talk yesterday, can fill a caseload in 2 weeks. That's amazing. Make sure you can at least fill one in 1 to 2 months, because that is the hardest thing about going solo. Herd, an accounting and software platform for therapists, puts out an annual State of Private Practice report, and they have shown year after year that the hardest thing about going solo is marketing and getting those new clients. And when solo fails, that's often the reason. So make sure you have a good pipeline. Number 2, W-2 compensation and benefits. Now, platforms can't offer this because people are 1099, and solo providers can't give themselves benefits either. There will always be a chunk of the workforce that values a paycheck, paid time off, CEUs, a 401k, a maternity leave. But you want to make sure you know what your local competitors offer and make sure that your package is really compelling so that if we have fewer job seekers looking to work for someone, that they still want your job. And if you have questions about how to offer benefits affordably, it's very possible. Happy to talk with you in the breakout session. Number 3, don't just pay for sessions, invest in futures. Think about things that are going to keep people at your group excited to make it to the next milestone. So you can do things like cover a conference after year 1, unlock something like a 1 or 2 year certification track when people get their full license. Do things like student loan forgiveness when you get to a certain milestone. Think about a paid sabbatical at year 5. Things that people know that they can't do for themselves or would be pretty expensive to do, that's pretty exciting for therapists. We're like always broke, right? So think about things that will be exciting for your staff, and it's a win-win because you're engaging them and developing their expertise. Number 4, the number 1 reason people go into solo practice isn't actually for the better money. That's number 2. Number 1, they do it for work-life balance and autonomy. So make sure that they know they can get that one day in your practice. They don't have to leave to get it. So think about flexibility and independence as perks you can give as people prove themselves. Right? Maybe your better people can pick the better schedule, pick the better office, decide just to take referrals in their specialty area, drop to part-time if they want to. Think about the things your staff want to feel like they've arrived in their career and make sure they know that they can get that with you. Number 5 is similar. Create a career ladder that is compelling, exciting. You want folks in your group to be looking forward to something, to be looking up to people. This was kind of the beauty of our out-of-network side of the house. People would say, like, one day I'm gonna get into Cultivate Therapy. It was like exciting for them, right? One day I'm gonna be a supervisor like Courtney, she's so awesome. So you want that kind of idea where people can look ahead to roles they aim for, to people they wanna be like. Number 6, this is a little radical. I don't recommend you do this, but for the right entrepreneur, you know who you are. If we know what people want and they want to launch a successful solo practice, should you be the training ground practice where this is part of what you offer? Come work for us, have amazing supervision, become an awesome therapist. When you get that full license, we have a 12-month solo readiness track. We're gonna bring in accountants, you can have a membership in sustainable solo practice. We'll let you talk to the people that know, maybe bring back mentors who've done it before from our own group. This would be pretty exciting if you were starting out and you knew that was where you wanted to go one day. So just to get the juices flowing, right, you could have a neutral third party like an accountant from Herd or our CPA, Alan, walk your staff through something like this, right? You think you're gonna make 95K in solo practice? That sounds awesome. But do you know that you have to generate 137,000 just from session fees? And you can show them employment taxes, expenses, how it all breaks down into a biweekly paycheck, what it would take if they're in network or out of network. If that interests you, go ahead and snap a picture of this calculator. That's what I used to make the other slide. It basically translates like gross revenue in solo into a comparable W-2 salary. Because I feel like one of the major things people don't understand in our field is what gross revenue is and what you would actually take home. So, as we close, I want to bring you back to that one thing that you can't forget about today's talk, and that is this. Your staff dream of going solo, and soon more of them will. If we accept this dream, because for goodness sake, didn't we all do that at one point? And we can get behind it and we can support it so there's not that weird tension where people leave and you're kind of upset at them, and we can in fact lean into it, that will help us know how group practice has to evolve so that we can survive and thrive. So, as we close, I'm gonna play a little song that I made with my favorite local composer, AI. I put the lyrics up here. Let's just give this a little listen together.
Dear boss, this place has been great, but I've always dreamed of going solo. I finally got my license in the mail, so it's time for me to go. I wanna go solo, run my practice my way.
You can shake your shoulders. The rights are for sale. Thanks, guys.
Great job. Well, that is a first to have a exclusive song for the conference. I mean, give it up for Melissa again. Well, awesome. Well, we are going to go into the breakout discussions throughout the Art Museum. I'm sure you've already found where you're headed. If you do need guidance as to where to go, we have our volunteers out there. Susan, whom my daughters call their bonus boomer, is out there to help. Also, just a couple other announcements before you guys pack up. Just hang tight just for a second. Just again, want to thank Journey Clinical for being our lunch sponsor. Has anyone here enjoyed the food? I mean, just amazing. So make sure you find Tyson to talk more about what they do with their ketamine-assisted therapy. Also, Danielle, Maya, and Daniel King are gonna, they don't all have the last name King. Danielle Hayes, Maya Topitzer, and Daniel King are gonna be during lunch just hosting a discussion in the Janus room. So if you wanna get to know them better, you can do that. Also, does anyone else have like a small group discussion idea that they're like, I would love to get the testing psychologists together, or I would love to talk marketing? Any ideas around that that anyone wants to just throw out at lunch, like, hey, come find me, I want to talk this? Yeah. By area. Why don't we like, what area do you want to connect with? Sure. That might be hard to pull off last minute, but if there's an area you want to connect with, like, we can definitely. Tennessee. Okay, if we can have the lights come up real quick. Anyone from Tennessee that wants to get the Tennessee folks together, you just raise your hand, and then you guys can connect at lunch. All right, any other ideas? Yeah. Colorado. If you're from Colorado, we've got the Colorado group. Yeah. Small town practices. Keep your hand up so we can see small town practices over here. Okay, and marketing. Anyone that wants to do marketing, raise your hand real quick so that you can meet up here, look around. All right, awesome. And then any other ideas of conversation topics? Ideas worth sharing, public speaking. If you want to do that, find Adam. All right, any other ideas of lunch groups? Yeah. Private pay. If you're in private pay lunch over here. You want in on that? All right, any other ideas of small groups you want to talk about? So scaling and Colorado coming together. All right. Scaling Colorado, also into stand-up paddleboarding and rock hunting. No, just kidding. Any other ideas of lunch groups? People into red wine. Hang out with Doug. All right. New or smaller group practices. At this point, I'm surprised someone hasn't said all the single clinicians. Like, awesome. Well, enjoy your time in the small group discussions. Enjoy your time in those impromptu breakout sessions, and we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I am so excited for the afternoon. We are in our last 25% of the group practice conference. I am so excited to have Candace, Doug, and Daniel with me on the couch. We're going to have some conversations about scaling with heart. We've got 3 mics up here that are going to work flawless. And why don't we just start? Candace, why don't you start for us? Tell us about your practice so people kind of understand a little bit about you.
Sure. Hey, folks. I'm Dr. Candace Crawford. I own a group practice in the Bronx where we primarily serve women of color, marginalized folks who have endured trauma. We have a small boutique-ish practice that has about 10 clinicians or so.
Awesome. And Daniel, tell us about you.
My name is Daniel Artiaga. I have a practice in Seattle, Washington. Technically, it's in Bellevue, Washington. It's got about 20 clinicians. Mostly started out generalists, but we've been specializing now, as it's very important to, with couples and EMDR and OCD.
Awesome. And Doug, in case people didn't see your other talks, tell us about your
I'm
practice.
Doug. I wanted to just finish a hanging chat from my talk. My twins are okay. They made it out. We're all healthy. So yeah, with Thriving Center of Psychology, we're in 11 states, about 130 providers and 5 psychiatrists. Very generalist-oriented practice.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I had mental wellness counseling. I grew it to 13 clinicians. Nicole's taken it to a whole different level. And I, if you don't know, started Great Lakes Online Counseling, which we just made our first hire last week. So those of you that are following that journey, I'm just working 2 hours a week on it, and every week doing a podcast about growing a group practice from scratch. So we're going to have a conversation about scaling with heart. We are at some point pretty soon going to have questions from the audience, so you'll just raise your hand and then one of our volunteers will get a mic to you so that we can hear you well. But why don't we just start with a little bit of definitions. We'd love to hear how each of you think about scaling and how each of you think of scaling with heart. Like, what does that mean? So why don't we start on the end with Daniel?
Okay, yeah. Scaling, honestly, personally, don't have a master's degree. I don't think a lot of people do on business. So it kind of feels like a dirty word. It's like scaling. It's like, well, wait, are we missing the people? So when I first started, I always got a little uncomfortable with that word. Like, I'm not scaling. I'm like creating something. But I guess as you grow, you could call it scaling. But it's just expanding the reach. And like, if any of you were here the year before, there's a lot of hats, right? I did a talk on the many hats that you wear. And I think the benefits of scaling is that you get to wear less hats. But being at the head or the CEO position, you can better lead your scaling team because you've been there before.
I like that. Yeah, it's not just scaling, it's something deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Candace? How do you define that?
For me, I really think about relationship building. When I think about scaling with heart, we can see that, people are going to be full, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit in my talk this afternoon, but the relationships are so crucial to how we scale because we have to develop that trust. And we were just talking back in the green room, just thinking about the liability that comes along with, scaling and things of that nature. So there has to be trust in the people that we bring on. And so that's why I think relationship building and trust is going to be critical.
Yeah, so good.
I'll give you a therapist answer. It depends.
It depends.
So I think the scaling depends on what you want it to mean. We have chosen a path in our company where scaling means hypergrowth and grow as fast as we can. Don't recommend that for everybody, as I think I said yesterday, but it's a very different path than what I'll call more organic scaling and organic growth. I think they both, to do successfully, need to be done with heart, which I think is the point of today's conversation. But it does depend on what you really want. Hyperscaling, hypergrowth, or organic slow growth, or kind of chill where you're at and just let it happen supernaturally. All of those are different kind of flavors of scaling. Depends on what you want.
Yeah, so why don't we start taking some questions, and then we'll come back to me asking questions. But go ahead and raise your hand if you have a question. We've got one over here, so I see we got a mic that's coming your way. And then if you do have questions, we've got another one on the other side, so we can have a yep, there we go. Cool, we'll start right here.
What are the characteristics of a practice owner who scales organically and one who does not, like the way you've done? What are the
Characteristics of practices that scale organically versus not.
Practices or practice owners?
Yeah, I think it's more about maybe the practice owner.
I think it depends on reputation. I think that we've definitely made an impact in our community. I think that a lot of folks know me, whether it's me being a counselor, educator, or a supervisor, so people seek me out sometimes. And so I want to make sure that I'm adding people on who can add to that impact in the community. And so for me, that's how it happens more organically for us.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think of organically, it's funny, it's like I never started taking care of plants until after I had my first office. I'm like, oh, God, I have to make sure they don't die because they look bad if they're dead. Clients don't like that. But
if you can't take care of the plants, you take care of me.
Good question,
The
Joe.
therapist that kills things.
But I spoke on hiring, but like I was all like trial and error. When I first started out, when we first started scaling, the bad hires. Why don't we say the bad matches? The leaves, right? Sometimes they just fall off. You gotta cut them off. I feel like that's what I think of when we grew. It was like some of these people just kind of left because they weren't a good fit for A, B, or C, right? God bless them. I hope they're doing well. But I feel like that happens. There's a shedding, and then you're left with the core, the healthy plant, which is everybody who matches your vision, your values, and is there to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking backstage about firing, and I'm wondering, how does that fit into this pruning? There's the unintentional, the leaf died and it naturally wants to leave the practice, if we're going with that. Like, we just, for whatever reason. But then there's also, they're not a good fit and they don't even see that. And you always hear that, hire slow, fire fast. But then as a therapist, I know I'm like, but each person has potential to grow. And oftentimes I held on to staff way too long, and then they end up leaving and I get someone new, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like 2 years behind because I didn't fire this person. How do you think through firing? You have a lot of people to fire, so.
Yeah. There's been a lot of conversations about culture. I think I was talking to a couple people also about core values for their company, and I think that was actually a missing link for us a long time from a core value standpoint, and not just core values that go on a website and go on like a corporate slide deck, but actually like hiring and firing, rewarding, decision-making based on your values. Like, we canned an EMR project in the middle of it because it wasn't reaching for excellence and it didn't meet our core values. We made a business decision based on values. And I look back in time, and there's a couple humans that we've had that might have been great humans, but they didn't match our core values. And in hindsight, some of them we held on to a bit too long and realized that it was just a really, really, really poor fit. And that's from the staff standpoint. From the therapist standpoint, I think it's a bit more challenging because to fire a billing specialist, an intake specialist, a marketing person, it's a significant piece of the company, and you got to pick up their work, fine. But to fire a therapist, you've got 20, 30, 40 clients on their caseload that you got to figure out what to do with. And so I do think that most therapists want to do well, most people do, and I do think there's an opportunity to afford a therapist to improve at the same point in time. If they end up being a dead leaf, you have to cut them out, and so the rest of the plan can grow.
Yeah, we hear about hiring slow, firing fast, and we hear it, and we think, okay, I can do that, and then until someone does something, and you're like, dang it, I gotta fire them. And I'm thinking in my head, I don't know if this is my ego speaking or not, but I'm thinking, I hire all the great people. I don't need to fire anybody. And then having to make that decision can be really challenging because it really is like a blow to your own kind of like self-worth. If I hired this person, why aren't they performing the way that they need to? But I think going to your point is continuing to explore those values and putting it back on your team so they know why they're not a good fit. It's tough. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's tough.
I'll tell you, this is about leading with heart, right? Scaling with heart. One of the staff members that we had to let go, it was actually impressive how cancerous keeping him on had become because everyone else in the organization knew it. And so leading with heart was actually letting this guy go so that everyone else knew that we took our values seriously and we cared about their opinion, and that actually strengthened the organization. So doing the hard thing ended up being the thing with leading with heart to actually get us into a better place, because seeing us keep him made everybody else kind of salty.
You know, it's interesting. We had a person that was on our team a while back, and I didn't realize the team really protected me from kind of all the ins and outs of how they acted. And I didn't realize until they left that they had like protocol for how to handle that person. And it's like, if your team feels that like they have to have protocols for one person, it's like, I had to self-reflect and say like, why didn't my team feel like they could come to me and say, this person's really difficult. I don't think they match the practice vibe. And so I had to kind of look at myself and say, how do I have more transparency around just like, I want to hear that stuff. I don't want you guys to have the protocol behind the scenes. All right, we got a question over here. And go ahead and raise your hand so we can get to the next person with the mic if you have a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brandon from Ohio. I've got a practice of 9, including myself. One of the things I'm trying to figure out is when is the right time to add a site supervisor, a clinical director to the practice, and it feels like a very big decision because I've got one site and I want to make sure I, don't cause more harm than good.
How busy do you want to be?
Oh, I love being busy. I just left community mental health after 10 years working 70 hours a week, so I'm good on the busy.
You got time, then. I'll say we waited too long. Much too long, especially if you have a W-2 model where you need some accountability and oversight. At the end of the day, it comes down to how much time do you want to spend doing it. You can probably supervise 10, 15, 20, you can probably go up to 30 clinicians yourself. But when you're doing that, what are you not doing, right? So if you want to scale and you want to grow, you're sacrificing your time in one way or another. And so I think getting a site supervisor in, or taking your current clinicians that you have, I always love to promote from within when possible, but they have to be the right person for the right seat. You can't just promote them because you like them. They have to actually have supervisory experience and know what they're doing. So it might be an opportunity to either coach somebody up internally and kind of float this concept in front of them. That could be really helpful experience. Or your next clinician or 2 hires, you're sort of in the background looking for that experience to bring them on. And maybe, okay, when we get to 15, 20, or 25, they get promoted up into that position, sort of a hybrid clinician and director role. Because it will save you the time if you want to scale and grow to then go work on bigger, different things.
Yeah, I would do it now. You're at 10, so I mean, it's also like a service to them because you came from community mental health. Now, nobody really likes working in community mental health. I mean, if you do, thank you for your service. But I didn't. But the good thing about community mental health is what? It's so much training, so many papers, so many resources. Like, this is a good place to like learn. So if you're getting associates coming straight from grad school, like, you need to make sure that they have the resources. And having a clinical director is an excellent resource other than the boss. Like, that's one more benefit to the cause of therapists worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to be idealistic with it. So yeah.
I would also wonder how much you're replacing that mindset of CMH with your new approach. If it's like, I want to be busy, I want to be filled up, like how much is that busyness actually leading to the outcomes you want? Because it could be that busyness doesn't equal the money you need. Maybe you could work less. Maybe you could have different health outcomes for yourself. Like whatever the things are, I think it's easy when you've been, and I'm not assuming CMH was a toxic environment. For me, when I worked there, it was. You can just replace it with another toxic environment. And so it's like, you have a great opportunity to say, what do I actually want here? What do I want my business to be like? Even we just did staff photos outside, and it's like, we want to be fun in our staff photos and be who we actually are and not have these stupid professional photos. Like, that's just what practice of the practice is. We were laying on the ground outside and jumping in the air. And it's like you get to create the practice that you want. And so I would just say, maybe that won't line up with how CMH was, and busyness may not be a core value. Maybe it will be, and that could be too. So anything else you guys would add to that? All right. Other questions? Yeah, we got one over here. Go ahead.
Is it on? Okay. So my question is, like, broadly, what is your relationship with percent profit? I'm gonna just ask it that way, because I could go into a lot of areas. But I think, like, when I think about that, you could focus on, okay, I have to have 15% profit, otherwise I'm struggling, or now it's 8% and I'm anxious. So just wondering, like, how much you focus on that profit percentage and setting that as a benchmark or North Star, and how you navigate that.
It depends. Do you want to hyper grow or do you want to organically grow, right? Everything comes at a cost. So I think if you're going to make a business strategic decision that I want to enter a hyper growth phase, then you're making a business decision most likely to sacrifice margin, right? So we're in a phase like that right now. Dump a ton of money into marketing, let's go. We are accepting of the reduction in the margin, right? If you're like, hey, I got to protect this margin with my life because my life depends on it, I need to be able to bring home X dollars to feed my family, then you might have to sacrifice hyperscaling growth to start, right? You might have to build yourself a bigger nest egg, and as you build more revenue, even if the profit doesn't, if the percent doesn't increase, the gross will, and so you'll put more money in your pocket, and eventually you get to maybe a place where you can afford to drop a few percents to maybe reinvest here or reinvest there, and I think those are at least annual, but probably quarterly conversations to have with yourself or your partners or whoever you're with to say, okay, what does the next 90 days, 180 days, 360 days look like with my own bank account? Like, am I okay? And then when and how would I be able to afford to maybe reinvest in the business, whether it's growth or foundation building, and what profit margin am I accepting to drop to at that point? I think when people are first starting out, you have to get to some stable financial base. It's hard to financially hyper grow and just invest a ton unless independently wealthy, your spouse is writing you checks or whatever it is. But if you need that in your bank account, at some point you do have to protect that early on.
Candace, how do you think through
Yeah,
profit?
I'm thinking you always want to keep it at the top of your mind, right? But I also think that it depends on your size. So if we're sitting at 10 clinicians right now, so we're recognizing there's going to always be a lot of ebbs and flows with our profit, and I have to accept that, right? And recognize that I need to focus on other things if my profit is not going to be at the 15% margin this particular quarter or whatever the case may be. So I allow for, the ebbs and flows to occur because I recognize that we're still scaling and scaling with heart, right? So that way I can really focus on the things that are important to me culturally and value-wise.
I want to follow up on that. How do you look ahead the next year or 5 years in regards to when you would maybe plateau and reinvest versus growing? How are you thinking through the future?
I'm trying to stay on top of, keeping a good communication with my bookkeeper and making sure that whenever I am investing in something new that is actually part of what we decided that we wanted to do prior to having a different type of decision. For example, we invested in, someone asked earlier about what we can do about marketing, and we invested in advertising at the DMV, right? And so that didn't turn out to be a good return on investment. I thought it was going to be good, and so
I want to hear more about this. So you're sitting at the DMV,
bored
out of your mind,
anxious.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you mad at the state?
I was trying to get my real ID because we had to get our real ID, and I was sitting there for 7 hours, y'all. 7 hours, not even joking. And there was advertisements on this screen, and so I figured that this would be a great place because I was angry. And so I figured other people would be too. So I thought that this would be a great idea for us to do that.
Yeah.
And we had the space in our our marketing, budget to do this, but we just did not have a good return on investment. It was a good idea in my head.
I have another follow-up question. So what did the ad say? Was it are you angry? Come for counseling? Did it say I just want to visualize it for my own entertainment.
So they have a particular network, and so the DMV actually created the whole ad for me. And so it's just basically outlining what we do in our practice, the type of services we offer, our contact information, our brand, our logo, and things of that nature. It was a really cool idea, but it's expensive. And so that when those things happen, I'm thinking, oh yeah, we're about to get hella money from this, right? But I also had to recognize that because we did not have a good ROI, I had to adjust what my expectations were going to be for those profits for the next couple of quarters. So, yeah, I'm hoping.
Thank you for letting me go down that rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, maybe it wasn't the right message. If you just said like, "You mad, bro?"
Yeah, I probably had to change the language. You know, who knows?
Pissed off? Scan this QR code for more.
Tired of waiting for the line. You know, like they haven't called your number yet. Give us a call. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Love that. How do you think through profits?
I mean, like, I'm a little curious. Like, why are you asking the question? Are you trying to figure out how much to pay your employees?
For the live stream that just missed that, because we didn't have a microphone, how do we find the sweet spot? Was the follow-up summary-ish.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what she was saying. Yeah, talk to your accountant. They're going to be better at answering that question. How I did it organically, probably, honestly, full vulnerability was from a place of insecurity. When I first started out, I gave them a high percentage because I'm like, I don't have much, but I can pay you more. And that's how it started, because they're like, okay, well, the numbers make sense. Then when I became bigger, then now my initial starting rate, I can shrink on that initial offer. So it's the only 2 cents I could give to you as far as that. My accountant tells me I pay my clinicians too much. So
I think the one thing to keep in mind while you're scaling, if you're saying, okay, I'm accepting X drop in percentages, cool. I think you need to know, what would it look like when that is successful? So like, how many clients would you expect from this ad for this to be a good, worthwhile investment and so forth? And then if you can do that without raising your fixed expenses, that's key. So like for us, right, marketing's a huge expense. I can always turn off marketing, right? That will have other downstream effects, but I can catch back up if I need to, if something goes really wrong, because this isn't a fixed expense, right? Versus if I'm gonna go sign a 2-year contract with X vendor at $20,000 a month as an investment, it's a little scarier, right? Because now I've committed to like this huge chunk of change that I potentially can't turn off. So I might want to really do my due diligence on that business plan if I'm going to invest that amount. So if it's variable costs that are helping you scale, at the end of the day, you do have maybe a little bit of a get out of jail free card because you could just turn that off. You'll have other problems to deal with. Then your least margins might go back to where they need to be to allow you to reset.
Are you guys doing much? Go ahead.
I was just going to also add that I have been using the profit first model since I've started when I was even a solo practitioner, and I feel like that also helps just kind of help keep a pulse on what my profit margins are and what I need to adjust quarter to quarter. To.
I'm wondering if you guys, when you're investing in whatever it is, are you doing A/B testing where you're saying, I'm putting $1,000 into the DMV and now I'm putting $1,000 into Facebook ads? Are you guys doing that pretty consistently, or is it sort of more spaghetti at the wall? Like, how are you thinking through how you know if a campaign is successful and if you're going to reinvest?
Definitely spaghetti at the wall.
Yeah. And how
I
is
hope
it
it
al
works.
dente, or is it how's the spaghetti?
Try it out, you know.
Yeah.
I like our metrics. I use a CRM that helps to let us know where our referrals are coming from and what has been working. And we try to do one thing, maybe 2 things at a time if I'm feeling ambitious, but we try to do a couple of things so that way we can measure it for a period of time before we make a decision to change.
Yeah.
I'm not the marketing guy. It's not my thing. But from a data perspective, I think that's the smartest thing you can do, especially if you're small and don't have a ton of resources. Do something, create an experiment, hypothesis test it, know what it would look like if it was good or bad, and then change it. I'll give you maybe a quick side example. When we were doing hiring, and in January we changed like 17 variables in our hiring equation at once, and we've had struggle hiring, and I don't know why now, because we changed 17 variables at once. So I don't know if it's the new Willow interview process, or is it the questions changed, or is it a different human doing an interview, or if it's because there's 3 steps instead of 2 steps now. I've got no way of isolating the variables of what's affecting hiring. So similarly with marketing, if you have controllable variables, at least you can run experiments to see what would work and what would work, what wouldn't work before you super invest.
Yeah. Awesome. Other questions? All right, right here. Yeah.
So Doug, what, I guess personally, from your, because I know you have a partner, but personally, what made you decide, I guess, I'm assuming it was you and your partner, but I don't know if you have a personal reason, what made you decide to open up your second location?
Desperation. No, when COVID hit, my partner and I had been in contact for years about running our own practices. I had mine, he had his. And when COVID hit, my wife was pregnant, and all of my referrals, I did sports concussion and sports injury recovery and anxious avoidance, and all my referrals came from physicians, and nobody was going to the doctor in California. And I also had a W-2 job at UCLA and an app company, so I was kind of toying with a bunch of different things. And I saw the writing on the wall. I had never really had a plan for my future. I was like, yeah, I'll just work out. And when this happened, when COVID hit, I was like, oh man, maybe this is vulnerable. And it's very happenstance. My partner called me to be like, man, everyone's leaving Manhattan. I kind of want to expand this thing, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, we should expand this thing. And he was like, oh, really? You want to do this now? Blah, blah, blah. And that's how it happened.
Is that what he sounds like?
Yes, that's exactly how he sounds like. So I hope he doesn't watch this live stream. Sorry, Alex. No, but it was, and I got to give him a ton of credit because he was really ambitious, and he said, yeah, okay, let's do it, because he saw the vulnerability in his model and just being in Manhattan and everyone left there. So we were both experienced this vulnerable time of our practices, and we said, okay, well, let's give this a shot together and see where we could go. And I get back to that initial question too about what about practice owners. I think like both of us, again, I'm more the break in the relationship, but both of us are like, let's see how big we can go. Like let's do this. Let's take over the world. Like we kind of have that mentality, which I think is different than a lot of people. Not good or bad, but just different. We both are like, let's do it. Let's go take over that state next. Like we kind of have that mentality. So that's maybe the practice owner mindset going back to earlier on.
Thank you. Do you own any of your buildings?
Oh, say that again.
Do you own any of your buildings?
No, so actually, maybe this is a helpful context. So for those of you looking to just start in person, obviously this is city dependent. We started in Regis. You guys know what Regis is? Yeah. Right? So we would just get an office to like experiment, sometimes month to month, even though it's more expensive that way, just to see, is there an in-person need in X location? And that's how we went to 7 cities, were in-person locations. We're now shutting 2 of them down because it's not worth it. The ROI isn't there. Whereas in Manhattan, it's really growing. So we're now incredibly non-cost efficient with 8 individual office spaces in Regis. It's no longer financially efficient. So in the fall, we're opening our own floor in Manhattan, which will kind of double our office space for the same cost, basically. But we are not buying a building in Manhattan.
Okay.
Why?
The accountant said it's a bad idea.
I'm wondering if you could speak to the systems that give you the best ROI for keeping culture while you're growing quickly.
Daniel, why don't you kick
I
that
was gonna
off?
say, you want all the wrong ways to do it? I can answer that.
Like systems, like tech systems or just systems in general? Anything for keeping culture. Oh, well, if you're not like 135, it's pretty easy to keep at a smaller level. And, you know, when I worked for like Pro Club as a lifeguard, you know, they'd make us do this thing called Pro Best, like pro is professionalism, R is respect, O is for, I don't remember. And I always, like everybody there is like, oh my God, Pro Best. But now when I have my own company, like, I'm like, oh, I get it. Like the values define the culture. but I don't think you need to lecture them about it. I think you need to, I think I show up authentically. Who was it that spoke authentic leadership? I love that. And there was somebody once said, probably at one of Joe's things, he has so much good information.
Probably.
Probably one of Joe's, that it takes way more energy to perform than it is to just be like, okay, well, here I am. Like, okay, and when you model that, of course, they're gonna see you, and then they're gonna model that with their clients. As far as like the system goes, we have all staffs, associate consultations, in-person consultations. Me personally, I love the in-person consultations. And then some of the staff's like, do we have to come? Yes, you have to come. So, and I explained to them, like the reason is, we live in a digital world and we're losing touch, guys. So if the therapist can't meet in person, then come on, no one will.
For us, I think it starts at the very beginning with our intake system, the way that we kind of think about bringing on our clients and how we're going to maintain our clients, and how we teach and train our clinicians to be able to do that. We also have mentorship programs within our practice, so that way anybody who's new is being hired, we make sure that we connect them with someone who's been in our practice for a while, so that way they can always get feedback and ask questions, because sometimes they don't want to come to Dr. C and ask me what the problem is, right? So they might want to just say, like, I forgot how to do this with someone else, and so I feel like that helps to establish those connections a little bit more. And we also make sure that we're going out, a couple of times a year, right? And sometimes we'll do karaoke, you know what I mean? So like we make sure that we keep, active in different ways, so that way we're not just doing that direct client work, but also maintaining connections outside of it too.
You could take a page from Joe's book and take them all to an international retreat. It works well.
For me, whenever I think systems, I always want to know what decisions am I going to make differently because of that system. Because I think sometimes we can have so much data, so much analysis, and it just sits there. Like I remember when I worked at the college, we had to do this whole lean manufacturing plan for every single department, which was a great plan, but it just sat there for the whole year until we had to come back and look at it again. And so anytime we talk systems, what I think is why? Why do we want that? Well, we don't know our intakes. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know if people are coming back after the first session. Okay, that's important stuff to know. We would make different decisions based on that. So any system, to me, it's like, what are we going to do with that?
We've struggled with this significantly. I think early on, 10, 15, 20, 30 providers, I was the face of the providers. Well, my partner was first, and then it was me. And we had great relationships, and I'd send birthday text messages, and I would, check in quarterly and be available for consultation and all that, and it was great. And then it wasn't great, as I was pressed for time and not able to be in front of everybody. And we went through this really difficult time period that we're just kind of coming out of right now. And my dad told me a story once. I promise I'll come full circle with this. When he was doing some consulting work, and he went into the office, and like the C-suite was like, "Why aren't our people happy?" So he did all this talking to these people, and the people came back and they're like, "Well, they gave us a pizza party. Like, we don't want a pizza party. Like, we want to know what leadership's going on. We want to feel included." And so he went to the leaders. He's like, "They don't want pizza party." And the leader was like, "Well, I thought they wanted like pizza, and I thought they wanted parties. I thought they wanted to get together. That's what they told us." And we had the same problem at our company. I met with our case consult groups 3 or 4 weeks ago after sort of a mini uprising, and basically I said to them, I said, "You guys came to a restaurant. You thought it was an Italian restaurant and you were going to get served chicken parm. We thought you wanted dumplings at a Chinese restaurant. So we completely misread the restaurant you thought you were eating at and gave you the wrong food because we were trying to predict what you wanted out of this restaurant." So then I met with them 3 weeks in a row, and I was like, my job is to listen and say, what's on the menu? What type of restaurant do you think you're at, first of all, so we're on the same page? And what do you want on the menu? And then my job was to transparently come back to them saying, cool, I can cook that, I can cook that, I can cook that. Need a new oven for that, so give me a couple weeks. And you know what? We don't serve that at this restaurant. Sorry. And this is just who we are, and that's not part of our plans to include in this restaurant. And that's how we were trying to reset the culture, is actually going to the people and saying, what do you actually want? before we try to predict what they want, because we've been trying to predict for 2 or 3 years, and it turns out we're not good predictors at what people want. So that's been a huge challenge as we've scaled, but it's something that's incredibly important to us, and that was the most frustrating part. Nobody thought it was. Nobody thought it was. And as the higher ups, as you delegate downwards, which we talked about earlier, the CEO, the owner, whatever, still has to maintain visibility. They have to know who the leaders are of the organization. Newsletters, town halls, whatever it is, they can't be hidden behind a middle-level management. They have to still believe in the visionary of the companies and really continue to set that culture.
Before, we're going to just pause for a second. We still have lots of time for questions, but I want to make sure that we point out some folks that we haven't pointed out. So oftentimes the folks I'm going to point out are kind of the invisible folks that help make this happen and to capture it. Before Jess leaves, I want to make sure we thank Jess, our photographer over here, who's capturing this event. We also have Ruby and Will, who are doing all the live streaming, the video. All of you speakers are going to get amazing quality. So let's give it up for them. And then also up in the booth, we have Maria, who is troubleshooting with us, keeping us speaking and coming through loud and clear. So thank you so much, Maria, for all that you've done. All right, yeah, I mean, such an amazing team this year of folks that have helped put this on. So it's just been an amazing event so far. All right, we've got some more questions. We've got a little bit more time to go through those. Go ahead and raise your hand if you have questions and need a mic. All right, we got one up front here. And then if you do have a question so we can get the other mic kind of to keep it going, that would be great. So yeah, go ahead.
Well, first, thank you for this panel. It's amazing. And I wanted to say to Doug, that was such a good idea around going to Regis and testing out a market to even see if there's an in-person need. So I'm like, we're going to use that as we scale. But the
You can also use that as your Google My Business address then.
Oh, okay. Okay, I need that. The question I have for you is, are you going the VC route on the hypergrowth side? And if you are, I'm just curious to know, at what point did you switch from, if you switched from just traditionally doing everything and then going into hypergrowth VC route? And do you think that's the better route for someone to go if they want to go the hypergrowth route? Start off profitable and then after you see what works, then just take VC?
I don't want to take VC money.
Why?
I think what makes us stand out, and I think to some of the people in this room that have gotten up to 60, 70, 80, 90 therapists, what makes you stand out in the community is that you're clinically led. And you can stay true to your values. You're not answering to investors. We don't have to hit a certain profitability number because the ROI of the platform just, demands it, right?
We've got some amens in the crowd.
Hey. That's not to say that there's not ever going to be an opportunity for us in the future for an exit or some type of buyout or anything like that, like Dan was talking about earlier. But for us to scale and grow, we're trying to do it within our own margins. And I think the downside to scaling is there's a lot more pain and struggles and frustrations and new things to figure out. The upside is there's a lot more money in the pool to do things, right? Like you can afford to invest at the DMA 15 times the amount and fail and be okay. Right, because there's just more money to spread out into those certain types of things. And so one of the reasons why we want to grow so quickly is that we have more resources to do other things, so we don't have to go to an outside source like a VC and help hyperscale. That being said, you don't need VCs.
I was wondering that, because I was going to say, if he's hyper-growing, how is he doing it? Whenever I hear hyper-growth, it's always VC. And I was like, how do you do that without VC?
So Dan was talking earlier, right? There's minority investors, there's angel investors, there's a ton of different ways to get different types of money flooded into your environment. And I think, in my opinion, the only way that I would do that's not like a full exit is if the partner is awesome. And Dan was talking, I just saw him somewhere, I don't know where he is. He was talking about getting someone aligned with your mission, right? And the bigger the investor, the larger the fund, the chances are the less likely it's not going to be so interested in your little mission, right? But somebody that's more private side is you can partner up with that's going to give you some cash to get going, that's aligned with your mission. That's not a bad move potentially, depending on where you're at in your growth trajectory.
Thank you.
raise your, oh, up top. Thank you. I appreciate the swirl, wax on, wax off Karate Kid to get my attention. All right. Yes.
My name is Micah Adler. I help support a clinic in Atlanta and also in Seattle, and also work for Valent, an electronic medical record company. I'm curious for the folks on the panel, what success you've had with value-based care negotiation as in using outcome measures to help increase reimbursement rates, and also using that as a strategy to figure out how to retain clinicians over time. And as several others mentioned earlier, obviously solo practice becomes more attractive over time because they can earn more in solo practice, and using value-based care as a strategy to retain clinicians over time.
0. I don't think we're even at the size to be able to have any weight behind our negotiations. I think that's part of the reason for our hyperscaling growth is more data collection, more clinicians to be able to actually negotiate with payers. And so we don't have any value-based contracts right now. We're just trying to introduce more outcome-based metrics internally and for measurement-based care, for the actual care of the client, not for the payer relationship. Secondary gain could hopefully be negotiating better rates with payers, but the primary point of that is to actually just improve care from attention statistics to outcome measures and all that. So that's a big push forward for us this year, and a big cultural shift. Will there be some change management around it? Because it sounds scary when you say metrics, but at the end of the day, they're all proxies for good care, and that's what we're trying to do and hold people accountable for.
What would you guys add to it?
Well, Melissa was speaking earlier about, the training ground, and I plan to speak a little bit more about that in my talk a little bit later. But it's really about what am I going to be able to offer to my team, thinking about the metrics, and we were talking about that a little bit backstage as well, just thinking about the metrics as to, it tells one part of the story, but there's something that is there that helps us to determine, are these people going to be willing to stay, right? And what am I going to be able to offer to make sure that they can stay here? Am I giving them these stipends? Am I giving them the opportunities to, learn different things, get training in EMDR perhaps, or things like that? So we think about just like what we're able to offer in that way.
And you're talking about the value-based, the insurance program?
Working with practices that are 15 providers, 20 providers or more, they usually have a lot of leverage with payers because they touch so many of the payers' members' lives. And being able to demonstrate, like, hey, if I'm actually reducing the severity of symptoms that the patients are experiencing, keeping them out of the hospital, in the same way that a doctor who's treating diabetes stabilizes A1C scores and gets a value-based care negotiation contract, increasing reimbursement rates between 5 and 25%. How come behavioral health care providers can't do it if I'm touching, I have this many providers that are touching lives in your membership payer profile? How come we can't in behavioral health care? And I think what I'm hearing is a lot of people are starting to do that, but I'm just kind of curious, I guess, for you all and for the bigger group here, how many people are actually engaging and having success in doing it. My general sense is that it's once you're over like 15, between 10, 15, and 20 providers, you have a lot of you have a lot of energy behind it. You have a lot of momentum to engage and leverage in the negotiation. But I was just curious what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, let me ask Headway. They have a lot, but like Doug was saying, like if Doug's not being able to do it with his army, I've had little success personally. I did have that conversation with the Aetna agent. How many clients do you see? And we drafted the email. Susan Frager, she's good at helping you negotiate raises. I can put you in touch with her if you want. And it was just, hey, we see this many people. And it's the language you use. My understanding you're just speaking their dialect, and you're asking for a raise. Whether you have any leverage as a small practice owner is debatable. We got $3. And we were happy with that. Like, oh my gosh, we went from 107 to 110. Wow.
I think in general, though, keeping track of those numbers for anybody that does want to get in network or ask for a raise, having the numbers is going to help you, so you might as well start tracking them. Like it's not going to hurt you because it also does have care. It does actually pertain to care. If you roll it out appropriately with your team, you should probably track it. Your EMR should probably be able to track it automatically and aggregate the data for you and all that. But it is, I mean, even with 100 and some odd people, it's been hard for insurance companies to take us seriously.
I know that some of the folks here have smaller group practices. They're just getting started, and they look at the three of you, and they're like, oh my God, feels like light years away. Can we normalize the hard work that goes into getting to your level, to like the early on? Like, what advice would you give them? Like, what would you say goes into it that can help them if they're at their first or second hire, to just kind of feel that there is a bridge between there and where you all are at? Candace, why don't you kick it off for us?
Well, I would be surprised if people were looking at me thinking that like I have so much to offer, because I feel like having 10 doesn't feel that large. But I do hear what you're saying, because I remember being at that hiring 1 or 2 clinicians and not knowing exactly what I was supposed to be doing. I think we ask this question a lot, just understanding what your why is more than anything, making sure that you're clear about why you want to expand, because again, you don't want to just expand just for the sake of expanding. I want to also make sure that people are getting some value out of what we're doing in our practice, and not just, I'm just hiring just because we're full. So just keeping going and making sure that you're understanding that why more specifically. I don't think that's the greatest answer, but that's what I have for right now.
Yeah, normalizing the process it's just human. Like, obviously, I mean, I don't know about everyone, but me, I'm just a person. So if you are, if you are doing this,
I am not a person.
Doug is not. He is definitely a cyborg.
I don't know. People don't do talks like you gave without being somewhat alien. You just killed it.
I'm still on the fence about you, Joe. I don't know this whole thing, but no, you just show up. Like, that's all I have to offer is the grind. Like, I'm gonna show up every day. I'm gonna do it. There's gonna be a problem that shows up. I'm gonna solve it. It's gonna hurt. I'm gonna cry.
If there was a problem, I'd solve it.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Check out your beat while the DJ revolves it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Vanilla Ice, not me. I didn't come up with that.
What? Really? Vanilla Ice. Just do it, Nike. I don't know. So just keep going.
You ever have a client walk into your office and be like, I don't want to feel anxious anymore? Anybody had that, right? And what do you tell them?
Stop it.
Yeah. Poof, here, anxiety gone. No, they can't. That's not real. That's not a real expectation. So before we can do any work, we have to re-normalize their experience. You're gonna feel anxious. You're gonna feel uncomfortable, right? We need to work on maybe reducing the intensity and the frequency and the duration, but it will exist. And so getting comfortable with the discomfort so you can get comfortable again is part of the treatment, right? It's the exact same for a practice owner, right? It is not gonna be pain-free. There are things we can do along the way to reduce the intensity, the frequency, and the duration of the pain, but it will exist. If you think it won't exist, probably walk out the room, because it's not for you, right? And that's not just scary, that's just the reality of it. I think it's what Daniel's saying, is show up, you're gonna have some pain sometimes, and if you know your why, and you expect the pain, you can typically tolerate it a bit better, and you can go home and you can kiss your spouse at the end of the night, and you can be upset, and she can tell you into your face you chose this life, and you go, yes, I did.
Do you want to
wake
talk
up the next
about it,
morning
though?
with a smile on your face, and you go kick ass.
I do want to say just one thing.
No, I was just gonna make fun of Doug.
Oh, okay. No, please, actually, that's more important.
Well, I mean, you did a voice for your partner, and I was gonna say, well, you do the voice of, and I'm not gonna ask you to do the voice of your wife saying you chose this life. I'm not gonna get you in
She's probably
trouble.
watching right now. I shared the link.
No,
with
you've
her, so now I'm in
lifted
trouble.
her up a ton. It's been amazing. Sorry, I should have just kept my mouth shut. Most of the jokes have worked, and that was one I should have even said.
No, specifically, you move from like this, right? I'm gonna use a little satir, if y'all know who satir is. You move from this to this. And that's the process, you know? To be a leader is different. And it doesn't happen overnight. And so that's all I'll say. But you'll do that.
Any final questions before we do our wrap up? All right. All right. I would just love, like in a sentence, to just wrap up scaling and growing with heart and love, and like what would you leave the audience with? And Candace, why don't you kick it off for us?
I mean, I think being a counselor or being a supervisor really works to my advantage in this role. And so I really like to kind of lean into that as much as I possibly can, right? Because there will be those difficult moments, those moments where you're sitting up with your partner at night, like, why the hell did I decide to do this? And then really just thinking about what you're giving back, what you're bringing to this practice, what you're bringing to the people that are working with you and how they're supporting you. So I just always think about that.
Yeah, awesome.
What was the question?
Just with scaling with heart, like what would you leave us with?
Oh, okay. Be a real person. I can't. Everybody can. I said this last year, but everyone here is trained to see through a fake person. I have no patience for that in my practice, so don't do that. If you're fake, then your subordinates are going to be fake. And then you have a whole fake practice, helping clients. Just don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if this has to do with scaling, but I think have gratitude. I think it's stressful, it's challenging, and at some point, I talked about this in our breakout room, their job is to look at problems every single day. Right? It's hard to step back and go, this thing's kind of working, right? Oh, we made some money this month. Or, oh, look at all the people we helped. Or, oh, wow, my staff actually likes working here. Because all we do is look at problems. I think it's really important to find the gratitude in what we do, at least on a monthly basis, to take a look under the hood, pause and reflect, because the grind and always problem solving can beat you up. And you forget that there's actually probably a lot of awesome things happening in your practice. You don't want to ignore the problems, but you need to stop and pause and actually look at some of the success from time to time and be grateful for what you have and what you've built for yourself and your team.
So awesome. Give it up for Doug, Candace, and Daniel. Thank you so much. All right, up next we have Elizabeth Carr, who is returning to the stage. She was a speaker last year, and she's going to be talking about branding without breaking the bank. So I give you Elizabeth Carr.
Just a little test. All right, Joe said don't push any of the buttons except the buttons that you're supposed to push, so we'll see how we do that. Okay, so yes, happy to come back this year and talk about branding on a budget, or as I like to say, without breaking the bank. So all of us, I think, know we want a marketing kind of polished look, but we don't want to spend a lot of money doing it. And so this is a little story about how you can do that. Oh, not the old, back it up, back it up. Okay, so I'll start by saying the day everything fell apart. How many of you have found over the years with practice ownership, there's this ebb and flow where all the planets come into alignment, everything is running very smoothly, and then something disrupts it all. And sometimes it's a good thing, you know, like an expansion, or it might be a catastrophic feeling thing, like your office manager quits. But whatever it is, it just sort of unmires us, and then it takes a while to get back to that kind of smooth sailing. So this is a little story about one of those times for me. In 20 years, I probably have at least half a dozen of those, but one of those times for me recently, a couple of years ago, I had finally had not just an office manager, but she had a full-time assistant who was primarily a client care coordinator, but she had a collateral duty of comms stuff. So she was going into Canva and making those images for social media, things like that, helping the outline of the newsletters and things like that. And one day she comes to me and says, I've realized I have a passion for this. I love it. I've been offered a job overseas where I get to work from home most of the time and fly to Europe on their dime twice a year. Well, that sounds amazing. I want that job too. So no harm to her. I was happy for her, but not only did I have to find a new person to do my comms, I now needed to replace a full-time client care coordinator. And so, as you guys can imagine, there's that feeling of like, no. And so I started to do some soul searching about what happened and how can I try to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I decided I really need to uncouple these two positions, the client care coordinator and the comms person. Let's just make them two separate things so that that doesn't happen again. And probably the comms person is a very part-time job. So this is a little story about what I learned in that process and my takeaways and how ultimately it's really been a game changer. So hopefully there'll be some takeaways for you as well on that. So before we get started, let's do a little reflection. What is your online presence looking like right now? Just take a moment and ask yourself, when's the last time you did an Instagram or Facebook post, or updated your LinkedIn account, sent out an email? Do you guys send out emails? Do you have an email list? We have about 2,000 people on our email list. It's been really, really helpful. So if you don't do that, I highly recommend you think about doing that. Announced a new hire, or even just reached out to one of your referral sources. In many cases, as the owners, we are the marketing department and we're exhausted. And we're doing it when we have extra time, which means it's oftentimes an afterthought, and so our posts are intermittent, inconsistent, they don't look polished, or they're just invisible because of benign neglect. How many people can relate to that? Right, right. And oftentimes people say, I hate doing that stuff, but I have to do it because nobody else wants to do it, and that's fair. But the problem, of course, now is that these bigger corporate platforms, they have very polished communications departments, and they're posting all the time. So it feels like we have to figure out a way to keep up. Here's the good news. You do not need to hire some $70,000 a year communications director to help you with your comms just to have a polished look. You need the right people, the right tools, and the right strategy, and I think you can do it for about $15 a month in cost, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. It's basically kind of a three-legged stool. One of them is the people. I have come to the conclusion that the best people for this are college-level students who are majoring not in psychology or social work, but communications, marketing, public relations. They have the schools, they have the understanding, the training, and also they really need to work on their portfolio before graduation. And it's such a win-win because you give them an opportunity for a job to build up their portfolio, to help them get ready for the real world. It's a total win-win. Tools, brand assets we're going to talk about, Canva. How many people use Canva when you're putting, isn't it great? It just makes us all look like geniuses, honestly. And AI, I think you don't have to, but it can be really helpful. And then your strategy, which is kind of like your content calendar and your voice guide. So we'll start with people. Like I said, I have found that using student interns has been a real game changer for us. And this is two of our current student interns. And both of them are communications and public relations majors at the University of Maryland. And so it's very easy to be a supervisor. You just reach out to the school, let them know what you're looking for. The paperwork is very minimal, and they love it. We can create a stipend. I talked to our practice attorney, and he said, after the meeting, he said, you know, I've talked to many people about these internship ideas, and I always tell them it's a bad idea and it's probably not ethical. You're the first person I talked to that had a really good plan that sounds like a legitimate thing. And then he says, can I ask my daughter if she can apply? And I said, sure, she's not going to get any, special treatment. And she was amazing, and that's Allie right here. So, and like I said, it provides them with resume building, portfolio experience. It's really fantastic. Now, the strategy, their intern has their own voice. It's not your voice, so you're going to have to get them to understand your voice. The one thing that they do not bring to the table is understanding how to talk on behalf of a psychotherapy practice. So that's the one thing I think is really important in their onboarding to help them understand. If you are using AI to help with copywriting, put your voice, train the AI in the voice of your practice, and then let it be an assistant to them. So for example, just if you think about Mother's Day, if you think about all the, I'm going to say pejoratively, slop that you see on Mother's Day. It's like just like a bouquet of flowers and it says, Happy Mother's Day, and you keep on going to the next thing, vapid and empty. But when you think about for you as a private practice, what you really want is to be speaking to your clientele and their pain points, right? And so maybe you have a practice that deals with maternal loss or estrangement or infertility. And so that's the thing that you want to help your interns understand is what are we about and who do we help and how can we make our messaging speak to those people in our social media posts. Tools. So your brand is your foundation, and when you get it right, you can kind of set it and forget it, like they say with the old crock pot. Every piece of your content then becomes recognizable and coherent. Your logo is not your brand. It's a teeny, teeny, tiny starting place. How many of you have seen a logo on an ad where the ad background color is like blue and the logo has like a white rectangle around it? You ever seen that? That's because they don't have a transparent background on their logo. And it looks kind of amateurish. So the one thing that you really want to do is make sure if you're using a logo, even if you only have one logo, make sure you have a version of it that has a transparent background so that that doesn't happen. But it's so much more than that. And so what are we talking about? First of all, in your logo formats, you want different things like JPEGs or PDFs depending on what you're using it for. And you want horizontal stacked submarks. You want black and white versions, color versions, all white versions, because depending on what you're using it for, it's going to be really helpful to have some variety. And you want your hex codes for your colors, because you don't want to be eyeballing saying, this looks like the blue I normally use. You want the exact number. So this is what I'm talking about. These are the hex codes. And so the bottom number, when you're using something like Canva, you can type those numbers into Canva and have exactly the color that you want every single time. So here's what I hired a graphic artist who put together a brand book for me. And so this is an example of that work where you see the top one here, this is what we would call a vertically stacked logo. And the very bottom one is a horizontally stacked logo. Why is it helpful to have all these different sizes? Because depending on the ad that you're doing, you need a different size that's going to fit with the overall composition, and this is really helpful. These little circles at the end, these are called submarks. You know, when you're online and you have your browser open and you have all the tabs and you can see the little teeny logos, that's what those submarks are for. So those are really helpful too because you want that on your website and other places. If you don't have a submark, what happens is you try to cram your logo into, say, for example, where that would be on the browser, and it cuts off the edges and it looks weird. So here's a monochromatic example, an all-white example, and you can already probably imagine different ways that that would be helpful. So how are you going to use these brand assets? 1,000 ways. When you have them, you'll realize all these different ways you can use them on your website, your PowerPoints. Here's a QR code that I made. Use the hex code so it's exactly the right color, and the submarks in the center. So it looks just really nice and polished. Also, you'll see if you look at those business cards, that's the submark, just expanded and cut off part of it as a design element. And this center one is really in honor of Jamie's talk last year. She inspired me to blow up our submark onto stickers and have them on our swag bags that we give to our referral sources. Professional photography. How many people have seen LinkedIn headshots where the person's like this and their arm is cut off? Don't do that. Please don't do that. One of the things that I think is a real challenge for us oftentimes is that There's turnover over the years, and then how do you get the same set design so that the pictures look consistent? When you hire someone 3 years later, the background looks the same as it looked when you did the first pictures. So we now have a neighborhood photographer who has a studio in her home, and she knows the setup, and it's always exactly the same. So fingers crossed she never moves. And look at this cutie over here. Huh? So here's our staff page, and you can see here we have these placeholders so that if someone's a new hire and we haven't had them to the photographer yet, there's still a placeholder for them with their name and everything. Otherwise, it looks really nice and cohesive all the way across. I'm really sorry in this one that our little K9 team has been cut off at the bottom. So let's talk about the tools. I think of all of these, Canva is the most essential, or something like that, but I love Canva. Also, this center one is for Claude. I really have tried many different AI tools for wordsmithing, and I like Claude the best for wordsmithing. And I think right now, and of course it's a moving target, but it seems like the most ethical platform as well, but for wordsmithing, it's been really good. And then you can see here Constant Contact, although I will say, as a plug for TheraSAS, if you have a platform like a CRM that has an integrated mail feature, you don't need to pay for this. So we have, like I said before, about 2,000 people on our mailing list, and because of that, our current Constant Contact bill is, I think, close to $200 a month, and we're about to shut it down because it's gonna be absorbed in our TheraSAS platform. So that really significantly reduces the overhead cost of having a CRM when you realize it can take away these other things that you're paying for. But you can use other cheaper ones like MailChimp and things like that too. Strategy. So when you think about your comms interns, there's so many things they can do, from scheduling social media posts, helping with the first draft of your emails, doing new hire announcements, also just bragging about like all the places that you're sponsoring. How many of you guys are doing sponsorships? You know, like the swim team, the soccer team? Yeah. And so when you do that, you want to make a post about that too. And so it's important to coordinate with them and let them know what you're doing so that they can make the most of it. And your communication strategy is really going to be foundationally based around what is the core of your value proposition. Now, for many of you, if you have a theme, because you're a specialist, this is really easy, right? Because you do OCD, and so a lot of your comms is going to be around that. For us, because we are kind of what people now call a boutique practice, we're all about being local, hyper-local, and everything. And so ours, for example, we have this little buggy, and so we bring it out at Halloween from when the neighborhood does its trick-or-treating among the shops, pass out candy from it. It's also now, for the last 3 years, been the pace car for our local 5K. And the other bigger picture here is when Oktoberfest, when Gaithersburg has an Oktoberfest, I think they have like 20,000 people come to our neighborhood, and we put out this little Peanuts-themed stand so we can talk to people as they walk by. So that's our value proposition, but you have to ask yourself, what is it for you guys, and what is it that you want to communicate that you're all about, and let that be your overarching theme, and make sure that your interns understand what your overarching theme is and your value proposition. So, content strategy. So, of course, there's your annual calendar, but on top of that, you probably want to have some kind of recurring theme. So, in this case, for example, we have one that's called Therapist Thursday, and again, you see how this is all coming together? You have the logo, semi-stacked, you have the submark blown up and cut off as just an architectural feature, you have the headshot, which has an invisible background, and then we just ask the intern, reaches out to each clinician and says, can you send me a snapshot that we can share on the post? So we update those. So the next time we do the post, the snapshot changes, the copy, what we say about them changes, but otherwise it's a template, so it's really easy to drop the next minute, as you can see here. So you can see here, it's very easy to replicate this and do it over and over and over again, just changing out the headshot, changing out the Polaroid. And then this was last year's with all these colors. So we have 4 different versions of the template that we're just going to do. We have 20 therapists, so if we do one every other week, we can get through everybody in a year, and then we change the color template and do it all again next year, and then we'll change the color template and do it all again the year after that, and I think after about 3 or 4 years, we'll go back to the original template. So let's talk about workflow. You need to think about yourself as the editor, not the worker bee. The interns are going to be the worker bee, and you're going to be in charge of editing their work and giving them feedback. And the more you do it, the better they get. And I say on here, you're going to spend maybe 30 minutes a week on it, but you will spend less and less time over time because they will understand your voice and your aesthetic, and it gets better and better and takes you less and less time on your own. I do a lot of work from the road. This is a picture of me editing a blog post that I wrote in our Airstream camper. The other nice thing is that the students can do this asynchronistically, and they can do it from their college campus. They don't have to come into your office. So let's talk about a 90-day plan. In the first month, what you're thinking about is find a good graphic artist to commission for your brand book and ask for that. They'll know what that means by brand book. The brand book is all the different logo configurations in the color, in the black and white, in the white, with the transparent background, in the different file types, and your colors with the color hex codes. They'll even potentially recommend things like what fonts that you should use regularly, and then get your headshots for everybody, and start to draft your voice handbook about what you want your voice to sound like coming from the practice. In month 2, you can start contacting local universities, their communications departments, asking about internships. They are thrilled to hear from you. They desperately want internships for these kids, and so just let them know who you're looking for, and they'll get you with the right person. And start sending up your email list. How many people have heard of Handshake? Yeah, Handshake is kind of like Indeed for college students. There's a lot of jobs and internship listings on Handshake, and so we have used that as well to find people. Get your email list up and running if you don't already have it. And then in the 3rd month, you can do your intern onboarding, have them build their content calendar, do some first drafts of social media content and newsletters, and by the beginning of the 4th month, you should be up and running. Any questions? Yes, yeah.
About how many hours do you hire your intern for, and how many weeks long?
So we usually do it for like a semester, or even a year. I like to start with a semester, because if it's not a good fit, then you don't feel so locked in. We also have found that they like to come in person in the summertime, and then in the school year, they need to go back to school. If they come and if they start in the summer, they have a lot of time to really figure it all out. And then when they go back to school, it's much easier for them to do it asynchronistically from a distance virtually. And 5 hours a week is plenty. It doesn't take that much. So if you have like a $10 an hour stipend, 5 hours a week, it's not a huge investment. Any other questions? Anybody doing anything kind of like this? Yeah.
The part about having the AI get our voice,
Mm-hmm.
we did have a social media manager, but she left last year, and so I was like, okay, how do we get the voice back?
Yeah.
So when you mentioned that, I had Googled how to get Claude to create her voice again.
Mm-hmm.
All of our posts in there, so now I'm like,
Brilliant. Right. Nice, nice. Ooh, I see zeros flashing. Does that mean I need to wrap it up? Who's here? I need some guidance. All right, until somebody tells me to stop, I'm just going to keep talking. Okay, anybody else doing something like this? Yeah.
Yeah, we are. So I host a lot of interns, and there's a weird, awkward phase between when the intern graduates and when they actually get their license here in Michigan. And so for us, that can be 4, 6, 8 weeks. I actually hired my just graduated intern for the next 6 weeks to do our marketing plan, so that it's benefiting her, because she's going to get all these new clients from the marketing plan that she's putting the time and effort into, and I'm just paying her an hourly rate until she gets her license, and then she jumps in and does the counseling.
Nice, nice. Yeah. And somebody else had their hand up. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go to you next.
Elizabeth, I'm going to jump in here. We're about to go into a break, and your time is up. So if you would love to
Just
keep
find me if
talking
you
with
wanna talk.
Elizabeth, she will be at the break. So let's give it up for Elizabeth. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. It's always good when a speaker just is engaging the audience that much that you just want to keep talking. So we're about to go into a break. We've got more snacks for you out there. Just so that as you're planning your evening, after the conference is over, around 5 o'clock, a bunch of us are going to be going to Little Fleet. Little Fleet has a bunch of food trucks, has beverages. It's a direct shot into downtown. And if you wanted to not have food trucks, you're then walking distance from all of the downtown restaurants. If you want any local favorites, I'm happy to give you those ideas when we're hanging out in the next break. We're going to be back at 2:50. Before we do that, just one thing. We'd love for you to pull out your program, please. Just pull it out. And on the back of it, on the very back of it, go ahead and pull out your phone. That QR code is going to be good only for the next week. So this is the lowest price that we're selling the tickets for next year. We want to just know who's coming back next year. Also, you can share that link with anyone that you're friends with. But 1 week from now, it's only you and who you send it to. We're not doing anything on social media. We're not doing any pre-sales. It's only for participants and their friends. So we want the right people in the room, and y'all are definitely the right people. So if you want to grab your ticket, we aren't going to sell them for lower than that unless it's one of our grant-funded tickets for different groups that are serving marginalized communities, or the volunteer tickets. But if you want to grab your ticket, would love for you to do that, and enjoy your break. We'll be back here for our last talk at 2:50. Welcome back from your break. Oh, yeah. We had a bunch of you already get your tickets for next year. So that was awesome to see. Just a reminder, the back of your program, this QR code, you can get a ticket for next year at the lowest price we're going to be selling them. Also, you're welcome to share that with any of your friends that you think would be a great fit for this conference. That's only for the next week, though, and then we're going to close that out. So I am so excited that we are having Candace Crawford come back on stage. She was on the panel earlier. She's going to be talking about Teach What You Practice, a social justice approach to clinical development. Candace, come on out.
Let's be honest. Many of us did not envision ourselves being group practice owners, right? We started off as solo practitioners, got full, developed a waiting list, and had more referrals coming in than space available, right? So the next logical step was to hire a clinician that we couldn't get to, or see the clients that we couldn't get to, right? One clinician became two became three, and somewhere along the way, without a formal roadmap, we became group practice owners. And with that came a lot of challenges, a lot of learning curves, that even if you watched all the webinars and listened to all the podcasts, we still didn't always get it right? Like misclassifying our clinicians as contractors and not W-2 employees, or offering those compensation structures that were too large, right? Or just simply navigating that tension between being a clinician and a business owner. And so when I started my group practice back in 2019, I'm just gonna be frank with you, I started it basically on vibes. I was hoping that I was just gonna make it right? And so I made a lot of those same mistakes myself, but it wasn't until I was sitting in another group practice workshop, not unlike this one that we're sitting in today, where I was listening to someone describe how they built their practice, how they supported their clinicians, and how they built something that went beyond just filling caseloads. And so it was in that moment that I recognized that I didn't want to just hire clinicians because we were full. I wanted to make sure that they were continually being taught. I wanted to make sure that they were continually being challenged and still being able to grow, not just in their skills, but in their professional identity. So I determined that I didn't want to just own a group practice, I wanted to own a teaching practice. And that felt very aligned with who I was, particularly as a counselor educator, because I wanted to take my knowledge of curricula, clinical development, pedagogy, and apply that meaningfully within my practice. And so that's what I set out to do. Now, some of you all might be already operating teaching practices and don't fully recognize it, right? But I think it's worth taking a moment to identify how you identify as a teaching practice and not just a group practice, right? That first and most foundational difference is that intentionality of clinician development, because we're evaluating our clinicians at different levels. In a teaching practice, we are exploring how our clinicians can continue to grow. We're not just teaching skills, we're actively fostering their professional identity. Because our interns' goals are going to look a lot different from our licensed clinicians, and a supervisor in training is going to need a different type of support, right? And so we want to be very clear about how we are supporting them and how we're helping them to develop. We also want to think about, if it's a teaching practice, we got to think about curricula. What are we adding to the practice so our clinicians are continuing being able to learn? And when we think about a teaching practice, we're not training, we're teaching. Because we can train our clinicians to write notes and navigate systems and follow our protocols, but teaching is going to ask so much more of us. Teaching is going to ask us to cultivate the capacity for critical thinking, or sit in ethical complexity, right? Or conceptualize client cases with nuance. We also want to think about relationships, because the relationships is the fabric of our practice. Whether it's the relationship between the owner and the clinician, clinician and clinician, supervisor or supervisee, those are the conditions under which growth either fosters or stalls, right? And then also, does your team know that they're a part of a teaching practice? Not that they just work for you, but they're coming into this space with expectations, intentional support, and the opportunity to grow. And if they aren't able to articulate that, perhaps you might want to reevaluate and think about what you envision as a group or a teaching practice as something that they're actually experiencing. Now, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that difference between group practice and teaching practice. And now we want to think about, what does it mean when we talk about cultural responsiveness and social justice? We've all heard it, right? We've all tried to implement it. But there's a difference between saying that you're culturally responsive and actually practicing it. Because cultural responsiveness is just not a value statement on your website, which I'm sure you all have. Social justice is not just the land acknowledgement at the top of a staff meeting. It's actually how you are delivering feedback. It's how you're making decisions in your practice. So what does that look like? For us, cultural responsiveness is operational. It is threaded in everything that we do. For example, we're very intentional about who we hire. As I stated earlier when I was on the panel, we primarily work with a lot of women of color, folks who are a part of marginalized communities. So we want to make sure that we hire those folks, women of color, men of color, queer therapists, to make sure that we have the representation amongst our clinicians, because representation is not an accident, it is a choice. We also offer stipends for our interns, because unpaid labor is not equity, y'all. And I know we can have a further reach, but we still want to make sure that our interns are learning and getting something from us as well. I also just want my clinicians to show up as their authentic selves, unapologetically, so they can come into this space with no code switching. They can have conversations and feel free to be themselves in this space. And it also looks like transparency in decisions. So when I made the decision to switch EHR systems, I didn't just make that decision on my own. I actually invited my clinicians to tell me a little bit more about it, how they felt about it. Because while it was an operational difference, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't impacting them personally as well. Because anytime I'm thinking about a policy, I'm thinking about who it serves and who it doesn't serve, who it advantages and who it disadvantages. And having my clinicians have the buy-in allows me to understand, am I being culturally responsive enough? And that is what culturally responsive leadership looks like, pausing long enough to ask that question. And also thinking about not just having rigid policies, although rigidity really does have its place in a group practice, but allowing for flexibility. What might that flexibility look like in your own practice? And always asking, who does this policy serve? And so when I made this determination to become a teaching practice owner, I knew that I needed a framework to guide me, to inform me. Because listen, we all know that we can get lost in the clinical oversight, the billing, the compliance. Is someone on time? As I was coming to this practice, I thought about like, oh man, I forgot to buy the garbage bags for the office, right? And so we can get lost in all of those things. And so it was important for me to develop a framework that helped me to remind myself why I'm doing this and something I could return to. And so I came up with this framework. Relationally led, clinically fed, and culturally read. And I'm gonna get into the specifics. It sounds cute, it sounds witty, and I know it rhymes, but there's a reason why I created that. But I'll tell you what it's grounded in. It is these three principles that help to guide me, not just as a counselor, educator, supervisor, but also as a business owner. The first being servant leadership, the second being relational cultural theory, and the third being emotional safety. So servant leadership asks a deceptively simple question. Are you looking to serve first, or are you looking to lead first? Right? Because when we're in positions of power, we have this inclination to want to direct, to want to execute, to want to lead, right? But servant leadership actually asks us, how can we support the people that we are responsible for before we ask them for something for us, right? And so that looks like allowing clinicians to develop their own theoretical approach instead of just operating from one theoretical framework for the entire practice, right? Our clinicians spend all these years in grad school learning about their theoretical approach. So why would they want to come into my practice just to abandon it, just because I tell them that they need to follow from one approach? I help them to get that support so that way they can continue to develop it. Or if a clinician wants to develop their own private practice or even pursue a doctoral degree, I will support them, because my goal is not retention for retention's sake. It's actually to make sure that they're going out into the field and making a deep impact. And I also tell them that I don't want them to go out there and embarrass me. So I would much rather kind of like teach them, you know what I mean? So I support them in that way. That second principle is relational cultural theory. It speaks to the idea of how do you share power? Because power is not meant to be hoarded. And so I love this idea of power with versus power over my team. And so I might share my clinical cases with my team and supervision, so that way they have the opportunity to offer feedback, to challenge me, to think about things differently and critically, because my team empowers me just as much as I empower them. And this last principle is emotional safety. And Daniel talked a little bit about it yesterday when he mentioned psychological safety. And this one is a little bit personal for me, because when I was conducting my research for my dissertation on cross-racial supervision, this was the theme that emerged most powerfully. While it wasn't surprising, the depth of it was. Because when we think about emotional safety, if it's not present, then our team can't perform. They're just going to show the polished versions of themselves, right? And they won't be able to ask for the help and support that they need in order to make sure that they are developing and growing. I had an intern come to me very activated one time, not too long ago, and he was complaining about some feedback that he felt like he didn't receive. And his approach was, I'm telling you, it caught me off guard a little bit. And I felt myself getting a little bit defensive, because I was thinking, who are you talking to? Now, he wasn't being disrespectful, but he was just very activated. And so I had to take a beat and ask, what's going on here? Because I was recognizing that I personally wasn't feeling emotionally safe, because what if he leaves, right? We have that fear sometimes. What if he leaves a comment and disparages us? Or what did I do wrong, right? So I took a moment, I sat with it, and I asked him what else is present, because I recognized that I wasn't feeling safe, he wasn't feeling safe, and my defensiveness was not going to create more safety between us. And so when we actually explored it, I recognized it had nothing to do with me, thankfully, but if I did not have that opportunity to create that safety, there would have been a rupture in not only his clinical development, but our working relationship. So, and that sounds a lot like what we do in therapy, but that's what it looks like sometimes in our own business and how we create emotional safety. When we think about being relationally led, clinically fed, and culturally read, it really shows up in a lot of things that we do in our practice. We're always exploring how to identify our clinicians' why, because I do not want to lead them blindly. Another example is I had a clinician come to me, and she was saying that she was just burnt out from direct client work, and I understood, you know, but she was just really scared to share that with me, because we really didn't have many decisions or choices at that point. It was either she leaves or we get curious about what she actually needs. And one of the things that we recognize is that she was fantastic with doing our intake assessments. And not only that, she was very good at teaching others how to conduct our intake assessments. And so then she was able to step into the role of our intake coordinator. And she is not only thriving, but she's actually helped our practice soar. And we still get to nurture her counselor identity. And that's what servant leadership looks like. Again, pausing, long enough to figure out what's going on, being curious about that. We also want to make sure that we're addressing cultural identities as strengths, making sure that we are recognizing whose voices are in the room and whose voices are not. And if voices are not present, what are we doing to make sure that we are bringing them in? More workshops, community partnerships, outreach. And we don't avoid the hard conversations. And let me tell you, I really do want to sometimes, right? But in order for us to grow, in order for us to make sure that we're maintaining that culture, we have to have those hard conversations. I did not realize how many hard conversations I would have as an owner. When we think about being culturally read, we also offer pro bono and sliding scale sessions to our community to make sure that there is access to mental health care, because mental health care is not a luxury. And I stated this earlier when I was on the panel, we also make sure that there's mentorship amongst our clinicians, so that way they can feel heard and supported and also know how to continue to move forward. So when we think about being relationally led, it is about centering the relationships that drive our practice. It is about accountability. It's about a whole lot of vulnerability. And it's also about servant leadership. How can we make sure that people can come into this space and can be imperfect and still feel supported? Clinically fed means that we're not just training, we're actively teaching. We're developing curricula that is aligned with where our clinicians are, not where we assume them to be, but where they are, so that way we can make sure that they're continuing to get that support. And being culturally read means that we're attuned to our clients, our clinicians, and our community. Where are their needs? How can we best support them? And truly identifying cultural identities as strengths. We bring it up in every supervision. So this is not a perfect model, but it's definitely a working one, right? This is one that works for our boutique practice in the Bronx of 10 clinicians, but this is the point of equity. Take this framework, see how you can transform it to fit your own practice. What would you like to see differently from this framework? So as you're about to leave this conference, it's been a great 2 days, and you're about to take every single insight with you back home and implement everything. I want to ask you a few questions. And you don't have to answer them right now, just something I want you to sit with. How would your team describe your practice? Do you know how your clinicians want to grow? How do you describe the relationships within your team? How are you serving alongside your team? And how do you share power? Thank you.
Amazing. Wow. Well, here we are. We're right at the end. You know what? You guys look like you need a little energy boost. Why don't you just stand up for a second? All right, so we do this thing in improv where we count out by eights, and we're gonna do this, but we're not gonna count out by eights, but we're gonna do it by fours. So we're gonna start on this side. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then 2, and then 1. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Almost dropped the mic there. All right, go ahead and have a seat. All right, well, we are in the home stretch, this is going to be a little bit of teaching, but mostly kind of a debrief together. So again, we are not building a private practice. We are building something else. We are building a lifestyle. We are building income. We are building influence. We are building change in our community. But then why are we building change in our community? Maybe we want more time with our family. Maybe we want a different impact. Maybe it comes back to that human potential or love for the world. But when we get to that value, we can then really think about what we really want to create. Now, this slide has a lot of information on it, but I want you to take some practical things away from you, from this. So when we do consulting, one of the final things that I do with people, and one of the things we do right at the beginning, is we work on their KPIs. So what we do is oftentimes in the pre-consulting call, I'll ask a question, not almost, I always ask the question, if we worked together for 6 to 9 months, and at the end of it, you were like, I got done the things I wanted to get done, it was totally worth my time, my income, all of that went into the energy of doing consulting with Joe or someone from the team, what 1 or 2 things would have to happen for you to feel like you have a solid ROI on consulting? Usually it's, I have to hire 3 more people, I want to make this much more money per month, I want to feel less stressed. So we then think about what are those first KPIs, those key performance indicators. So at the beginning of consulting, we start to look at those, but when we're really planning ahead, I want to talk through how we do that with Practice of the Practice, and it's basically a treatment plan for your business. So if we just think, we already have the skills of doing a treatment plan. Okay, you come in, you say, I have anxiety, we say, what does that look like? I don't know, like 5 mornings a week, I wake up and it feels like my stomach is nervous and I can't do social things like I want to. And then we start to say, well, how would we maybe measure that? What interventions might we do? What kind of talk therapy, EMDR? So we're building this out by saying there's a goal, then there's ways that we look at the KPIs underneath it, and then under those KPIs, we're looking at what projects need to be done. So imagine you say, I want to build a thriving private practice. And I say, well, what does that look like? And you say, you know what? I just need to hire some more people in the next few months. Okay, how many people? Okay, 3 people in the next 3 months. So then, you know, we're entering, say, Q2 of the year, Q3 of the year. You look at kind of where you're at. And so we'd say, okay, Q1, we're going to work with a virtual assistant to automate the recruitment, hiring, and onboarding process. So we're saying, okay, what's the project that we're going to work on? Now, we also want to give who's in charge of that project, which shouldn't probably be you. So we're starting to say, how do we build things outside of ourselves to get to that next level? So as we think about each of these projects, we want to use what's called the Carver model. So the Carver model is used often in board governance for nonprofits. So in the Carver model, the board of directors sets the ends, the outcome that they want, and then the executive director that the board hires sets the means of how we're going to get there. And each year or each quarter, they're saying, okay, you want to end homelessness in Traverse City? Okay, the one way we're going to do that is we're applying for grants to have more social workers that can work with the homeless population. We're looking for grants that can help the unhoused be able to have affordable housing. So if we think that way of the ends and the means, when we have a staff member, say we have this intake coordinator, they're a virtual assistant that we've hired, and we say we want to really automate the recruitment and hiring, we would say to them, okay, within 6 months, I want this project to be wrapped up. I want us to be able to say we need to hire someone, and I, as the owner, only need to be involved at the final interview. Or maybe you have a different way you want to be involved, but that we're saying I shouldn't be involved with every single step. Now you, as the intake coordinator, spend a week. You may not know how to do that. Investigate it, listen to podcasts, sketch out an idea. Next week, we'll talk through what you came up with as to what that project's going to look like. And then they're in control of that project, meaning that if they ever leave or if they level up within your business, that then they can easily hire or they can easily train someone else. Because instead of saying, I don't know, Joe told me this is how we do it, and then it's like, I don't know why we do this, they can say, no, I created it for these reasons. Here's why we have this way. So then we might have project 2 be that, we're gonna, in quarter 3, we're gonna implement new A/B testing from marketing to new clients. We can fill up these new clinicians. So then again, we might say, okay, the marketing VA is gonna be in charge of this. And so we're gonna teach them what A/B testing is. Or maybe even better, we say, hey, go watch this video on A/B testing in the Practice Academy. Or listen to this podcast, or watch this YouTube video, so that they're learning how to do this. To say, okay, we're doing $100 into ads here, we're doing $100 into ads here, which one won? Or 1,000 here, 1,000 there. So then they're sketching out that project. They're showing what we're gonna do. And then maybe our third project in this might be later in the year, and we're gonna explore and begin testing new quality assurance program for new and established clients. So maybe we're gonna make sure these new clinicians are good. We wanna make sure that over time that we have some way that we say, hey, is this therapist someone that you would refer to? Is this therapist getting their notes done on time? Is this therapist coming to staff meetings and participating here? So now what we have is we have a calendar of these projects. Now, project 1 may be quarter 1 and 2. We may say after we get that hiring down, we want quarter 3 and 4, and maybe even quarter 1 of the next year. So you have this timeline that then you have for that KPI. And typically we want to do probably 2 or 3 of these. So a number of years ago, when Practice of the Practice, when we were really saying we're going to invest into more of our operations, we're going to intentionally plateau for a while financially, and we're going to scale differently. One thing that we did around operations was like, what's the best way for us to measure this? And honestly, when I was talking to Sam, our Chief Operating Officer, about that, she said, if I just stopped being woke up in the middle of the night, having worry about Practice of the Practice, that would be a great KPI for me. And so we started with that, and I said, okay, what is keeping you up at night? And when we really drilled into it, for many of our projects, she would have 3, 5, 7 meetings that felt unnecessary. So we said, when there's a new project, that we have up to 3 meetings around that project. First, the idea generating of what does this look like, and if Joe brings a new idea that disrupts the team again, he has to answer all these questions as how it aligns with the values so that I'm not disrupting the team with my brilliant new ideas that will disrupt it. So that slowed me down. So then it was, okay, how does that practically look? Do we have the budget for that? Do we have the specific team members for that? What are we going to be giving up from that? So we're answering all these questions to then by the time we actually start planning it, we know why we're doing it, or more times than not, we kill Joe's brilliant ideas and say that's disrupting us from the main thing that we're working on. And so there may be these things that when your team starts to take ownership, they then say, okay, we're going to slow things down so we can intentionally grow. That KPI being, we don't want Sam losing sleep at night, but what is that coming from? It's coming from her just being in too many meetings, so she can't actually do the work. So what we want to do is we want to think about, like, how do we do this? How do we continue to do this? So I want you to just take a minute or so to just think through a KPI you would want to work on when you get home. You guys have the notebooks. We're going to just take a moment for you to just write down some ideas. This isn't full on, what's the goal, what's the KPI, what are the projects? But I want you to at least capture some of the ideas and actions that you want to take when you get home. Because again, this isn't just the information age, this is the implementation age. So we're going to take a little bit of time for you to write some things down, to talk implementation. After that, we're going to just see if you're stuck anywhere and you want to have a couple questions asked. And then after that, we're going to debrief and talk a little bit about this conference and what's come out of it. So that's going to be the next half hour or so. So spend right now just a minute or two capturing some of those ideas of what goals you have and KPIs moving forward. And maybe you have some project ideas there too, to just do it. We're going to take about a minute or two for you to do that, and then we'll do some questions around it. And because we're streaming, we can't have background music playing, otherwise they stop the stream because of the whole copyright thing. So sorry for the awkward silence. I could hum for you, but that would be even more awkward. So that's why we're not playing music while you're doing this like we normally would. we've got some microphones around with our volunteers. Where are those volunteers? So if you have a KPI you're working on or a goal and you're not sure what the project would be, you're not sure how to define it, would love for you to raise your hand, and then we can maybe brainstorm together, not just me, but with a couple people in the room. So all right, we've got right up front here, and then we'll go over there. So we'll start there. So a mic here. Go ahead and describe for us what you're working on, and we'll see if we can have you have a little more clarity. Oop. Here, let me see it real quick. Oh.
Hello, hello.
There we go. All right, tell us about your project.
Yes. So I need to remove myself as the bottleneck in my practice. And so what I'm thinking is I need to replace my salary. So filling my current clinician that I recently hired and then hiring 2 more. That will replace me, and then I can work on $10,000 tasks.
Okay, so then with hiring, where do you feel stuck?
Rebuilding after trust was broken in recent clinicians that I had to let go.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to go into all those details, but I would start to identify if there were any things that you can take responsibility for. I know I've had hires that I remember I was desperate for a play therapist. I had an amazing one leave, wanted to replace her, keep that money coming in. I hired a play therapist that I remember doing the coffee interview with her, and it felt off. That feeling never went away, and that was on me. So I would see if there's anything that you can do there. And then if you were to then define some of the KPIs, so we've got hire a new therapist or create a new system, what would be a couple of the KPIs that you would want to get set up around hiring?
Yes, I think streamlining the process for onboarding. So developing a system that actually works and that maybe I'm not responsible for all parts of it.
Yeah. So do you have a virtual assistant or someone that helps with some of the admin tasks?
I currently have an executive assistant.
You do currently?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that person have the skills to help with this?
No.
Okay. So then I would actually say probably KPI number 2 is to automate all of that hiring. KPI number 1 would be to have a support staff that can help with the hiring. And so I would say, talk with Dai from Ubuntu, talk with other people here if they have, good assistants. And then really start to have the first project be learn about virtual assistants and hire a virtual assistant. Project number 2 would be you capturing just some of the hiring types of things you would want them, and then probably number 3 would be completely handing that off to them, and then having just usually like a 5-minute check-in each day so things don't get out of line too quickly. Then you can have KPI number 2 be really around that hiring side. So yeah, we want to work backward and say, do we even have the team to do what we want to do? Yeah. So hopefully that was helpful.
Yes, thank you.
And what's your name again?
Brandy.
Brandy. If you have other ideas, feel free to find Brandy afterwards and give her as many good ideas as possible. All right. I think, was there a mic over here? Okay. All right, right here.
Thanks. So I am opening my second location next month, and I'm thinking about, thank you, what that is going to look like and how to define my success there. So not necessarily a full schedule for the clinicians there, but actually making a profit off the second location.
So I would ask you, why are you opening a second location?
We are out of room.
You're
in
out
our
of room.
first. Busting at the seams, ready to see people in closets with a wait list.
I have seen people in closets. One time, this is a total side story. One time, so our rule was like when you weren't in session, you had the door open, and when you were in session, the door was shut. And a new therapist had left all the lights on, the door shut, so I assumed they were in session. So I ended up having to have my session in the file room. So this whole family, we were knee to knee. Has nothing to do with your situation, but I find it entertaining. Okay, so you're maxed out there. And have you already decided on the place you're renting or you're buying? So you already have the place?
It's secured, and it is under construction as we speak.
Okay, so what is full there? How are you defining full?
That's my question.
Okay.
I don't, because, right, I could fill it, but does that mean I'm going to make a profit?
Sure. Sure. So I think that one thing that we use as a rule of thumb is that for every room that you can have 2.5 clinicians per room. So if you do the scheduling right, that would mean if you have a 10 office suite, you could have 25 people in there if you're doing the scheduling right. Now that doesn't mean they're all like 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I mean, we're looking at days, we're looking at times, we're looking at part-time. But 2.5, we had 13 people in a 4-office suite when I had mental wellness counseling. So I would start there. I would also look at just like what Doug said, like what is success for you? What is profitability? So knowing those fixed costs, but then also looking at those variable costs and knowing that a new spaghetti at the wall is sometimes gonna burn money that you didn't intend to burn. So if I were to say, what would success look like in 6 months to you that would be something we could define for that KPI, what's one thing that you would hope for?
That's new space to be full. And
New space to be
utilized.
full. Okay, and how are you defining full? How many rooms are in there?
4 rooms and a group room.
4 rooms. So for you, would full be 4 people seeing 20 clients a week?
I would be happy with that in 6 months, yeah.
Okay, so maybe one of the projects, so maybe we have the KPI of we want to be full, but one project might be spend some time running numbers to really figure out what is success. Because we can say 20 sessions a week in 4 rooms, but if you're charging $20 a session, that's not profitable. But you met your goal. So then it could be like, okay, let's first just spend some time saying what is profitability for you there. Then, once you have that figured out, what would you say is the next project that would help you fill that place up? Is it a clinician issue or is it a getting new clients issue, would you say?
I don't know. Clinicians, it's interesting as I've grown, just keep coming. I don't even have to advertise anymore. The last 3 I've hired came from previous hires that they worked with, and they're like, oh my gosh, you love it here? Can I get a job there?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, cool, yes. The wait list of clients never stops. It hasn't stopped in 5 years.
One thing to consider, so when Costco opens new places, one thing that they do is they bring their staff from other Costcos, and they're like 60% of the staff. So they opened a Costco here 5 years ago or so, and literally day one, Costco was operating like a Costco. And so I wonder if some of the people from the original site, it might be worth saying, okay, who are my superstars there? Would they want to work there? Are there people that live closer there? So then just starting to define for yourself those individual projects as to what success would look like. Seeing, is this a staffing hiring project that we need to do? Do we need more people to fill that up? Or do we have the people and then we need to find the clients that want to be there? So then kind of walking through that and giving yourself timeline accountability too, to say, I'm going to figure this out by this date. And if you don't have the skills or the knowledge or whatever, like you have a huge supportive community here that can help you through that. So
thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to share a little bit about what's coming up. We're going to then debrief the conference a little bit. Just a reminder, a bunch of us are going to Little Fleet tonight. That has food trucks, beverages, so we can continue talking about this stuff late into the evening if we want. This is only the beginning of a lot of these friendships and relationships. And I want to remind you that the Practice Academy is a great place to be connected. Here's some of the group practice things we have coming up this month. So we have 3 tracks in the Practice Academy. On Tuesdays is when the sustainable group practice meets at 1 o'clock Eastern. On Wednesdays is more general private practice, so we bring in like Ask the Experts. We have all sorts of like just discussions about what it means to be a practice owner. And then on Thursdays, we have our group practice launch program. So that's primarily for people that are going from solo into group, but sometimes we haven't done all the things like we maybe should have. So it can be helpful even as a group practice owner to go in there. So the Practice Academy, in May, we have Wealth and Wellness Wednesday tomorrow. That's with Ash. On May 12th, we have Doug talking about the meeting system that drives practice growth without more chaos. Then on the 19th, we have the Connection Multiplier with Nicole, who's going to be talking about community-fueled 7-figure practice. And then on May 26th, we have Marketing That Actually Converts Part 1 with Melissa. So what's nice is every month in the Practice Academy on Tuesdays, we have a different consultant, and then they're usually at that same time and day of the month the next month. So then you can kind of rotate through who you like and who you enjoy. Also, we have a secret community that we don't advertise. We have the 7-figure practice community that's in there. We have a bunch of folks here that were at the 7-figure practice retreat in the Dominican Republic, 7-figure practice owners that went to the Dominican. You want to raise your hand? And look at all these folks. So we're going to be doing the 7-figure practice retreat again. We've also got some 8-figure practices there. We are exploring the idea of doing kind of a sideline one of a $250,000 club. Like if you're not quite there, that maybe we run on the side, but we got to do some research around that to see if we would do that with other folks. But we want to make sure that people are connected. So when you're there, we put you at tables with people that are at the same level as you. So if you're like barely into 7 figures, you're around that group. If you're like multi 7 figures, we want you to be with people like that. So it's a great community because we also meet every single month to talk about those 7-figure practice things as well. So when you join, Sarah will just onboard you and talk about if you're a 7-figure practice owner, you'd also get access to that. And I lead that discussion with groups. It's more mastermind style where you come and you bring an issue and you say, hey, I have these questions, and then the group really helps you with it. I don't have the corner market on knowledge. We're stronger as a community. So that's what's coming up. Again, we've got our group practice conference next year on the back of your program, so make sure you grab that ticket this week. And let's talk about how this has been for you. One thing we often do in our communities is we love to point to other people that impacted us. This isn't a time to say, boy, I want to tell you that when I was talking to Brandy, I said something brilliant. No, I want you to grab the mic and point to someone, or give a shout out to someone to say, boy, this speaker, when they said this, like that is my takeaway. Or when I was having coffee with this person, to me, that really stood out to me. So if you have someone that you want to point to and say, hey, thanks so much for this, it really impacted me, that helps us all to hear and learn together as well. So go ahead and raise your hand if there's something that was said that really stood out to you. We got one up front here, and then go ahead and other people can raise their hands so we can keep it moving.
I really appreciated Melissa's presentation, wherever she's at. I've felt that squeeze and that consolidation that has been happening around us, and seeing her framework for how we could still be successful in this field was really inspiring.
Oh, so awesome. Thank you. What else stood out to you? Go ahead and raise your hands. Yeah, right here.
Well, I just want to, after it's been 5 years since I went to your last conference, and it just feels really amazing, number one, to be in person with actual people. As we know, like it can get very isolating as a practice owner. But being a woman of color, Hispanic, I'd love to connect with all my other BIPOC, women of color, men of color group practice owners. Don't feel so alone anymore in the world, and I know I'm the only one in Colorado, but someone connected me. They know someone moving to Colorado, so that was amazing. I just love the connections and all of the connections I've made. I'm really
wonderful.
Grateful. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. First time here. I really had a great time meeting everybody and benefiting from a lot of the wisdom here. I talked with Brandon Smith. He took off, and I think he's in the Toledo area, and he really helped relieve some fears I had about using AI for note-taking.
So awesome. What else stood out to you?
I was actually talking to Brandon as well, and we both agreed that the question that Doug asked at the end of his speech, if you were to step away right now, what would break down? Super illuminating, and I know where I need to focus now, so I appreciate that.
Yes, so good. We got a couple hands over here, and we'll hit that, and then we'll swing up here.
I really appreciate Doug named that growth does not have to equal pain. That spoke to me a ton because growth has meant pain the last 10 years. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Lasanda.
Hi, I wanted to highlight Dr. Crawford. I loved your presentation.
servant leadership that really spoke to my heart, and then to think about how to expand, but maintaining that model. So thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
I don't even know where to start. I mean,
Oh.
Dr. Crawford, Doug, Nate, Jeremy, Carla, Melissa. I mean, everyone I spoke to here, you all have been a gift to me in some way. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. So thank you. Thank you.
So awesome.
I agree with not knowing where to start. This exceeded my expectations, and I'm walking away really excited and energized to think about what I can implement next. And I really also love Dr. Crawford's speech, getting language for what we're actually doing, the difference between training and teaching, and how to make sure that we're incorporating our values of cultural responsiveness throughout our organizations is so critical in our field. So thank you.
Awesome. We'll go over here, and then we'll go over here.
So I'll just put a third cap on Dr. Crawford.
Closing keynote, boom.
she's on a roll. I pride myself in having a teaching practice here in my practice, and we have interns all the time, but just a framework of understanding that and how to expand that even more beyond what I'm doing in it. That was super helpful because it's one of those things I'm handing off to somebody else so it can continue to grow and not bottleneck. And then number two, the breakout session that we had with Micah and his idea of value-based contracts, and just even getting me to think that way, even though we're small, is huge, right? And then what that could do to our bottom line and our growth in revenue was something I had never even thought about. So that was huge.
Thank you.
I want to thank Dan King, if he's still in the room, for introducing me to Joe, because I knew nothing about this about a few months ago. So Dan, thank you for inviting me. Joe, thank you for including me in this amazing group. And Rachel, I want to also thank you for introducing me to all new types of drinks that I've never heard of before. And I'm very excited to learn more about that the rest of the day.
Yes. Yeah, there's in back, we got Adam. Thank you for getting in your steps running around today. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Oh. Yeah, I just wanted to thank the whole community for, I've never been to a therapist thing at all, so I didn't know quite what to expect. I only know Joe, and he's quite a strange man, so, which I appreciate. That's why I'm here. So everyone was very welcoming, really enjoyed it. I like Jamie's talk as well. I thought the marketing seemed very actionable, local, which I need to do more of, and fun. It didn't seem like too overwhelming. So there's lots of things I took away, but yeah, there was just a couple. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, we couldn't do this without you coming. I know it's expensive to fly into Traverse City. There's time away from your families, time away from your practices. Again, I could not do any of this without these 4 amazing ladies that are in the back. I just want to give it up to them again for keeping us organized. And those of you that during the break bought your tickets for next year and already sent it to your friends, thanks for doing that. We already have sponsors saying that they're coming back next year. We're doing it in the same place. We feel like this is just such a good fit with the art gallery and being so close to Cambria. We do want to be an inclusive place. We want to be not just inclusive in what we say, but in who we attract, in who we help, in the voices that are here. We live in a world that is so divided right now, and we want this to be a place where especially communities that are traditionally underserved can be served. And so we have a strong commitment, not just through grants that we're going after, but and even us just taking a hit on the finances to help marginalized communities. So if you know influencers, if you know therapists that are serving communities that just need more knowledge, we want to get those individuals here. And honestly, we'll waive ticket prices, whatever it takes to help get them here. Also, if you're on the other side where you're like, hey, Like, I would pay for an extra hotel room for someone because, you know, hotels can be expensive, flights can be expensive. If you're on the other side of that, we would pair you directly with people that have been doing underserved work. And we want to make sure that this is a community that we have all the voices that need to be heard. And for a long time, I recognized that a lot of our work, we were really a white-centric podcast. And then that led to, we have a bunch of white people on the podcast then who are invited to be consultants, who are in our community. And that was something that I had to own, that I didn't even realize that I wasn't thinking through just the beauty that is in our world. And we're standing behind that. And this year we made steps in that direction. That doesn't mean that this is the end for any of us in any of our practices. And so for us to look at our hiring, to look at how we attract people, we want to join and partner with you to, in whatever way you want to get the word out. If that means just people that you know need to be here and saying, Joe, honestly, they need a free ticket, tell us that. If you're like, hey, I have some money, I'll pay for an extra hotel room for someone that needs to be there, we'll partner with that where we just help you do that. If you're like, hey, I've got a companion fare, I'm coming from Los Angeles, I want to use that. Let us know those things because those are the things that really help all of us rise up together, have just a just world and push back on just the atrocious things that are happening. So thank you so much for being a community that loves each other, that wants to continue to push into the private practice world, to be disruptors in a good way, to make good trouble out there, and to be innovators in a way that is just going to totally reshape this entire field. Thank you so much for joining us this year.